Good evening and welcome back. Tonight's video is a cozy collection of rainy, romantic sleep stories for grown-ups. Slow, gentle, and designed to keep you company as you fall asleep. The sound of rain will remain steady throughout the full 5 hours, so you can relax without interruption. If you enjoy listening, I just want to gently mention that liking the video, subscribing, or leaving a comment really does help this channel grow and continue. Even a small interaction tells YouTube this space is meaningful, and it allows me to keep creating these romantic, cozy sleep stories for you. Now, get comfortable. Take a slow, deep breath, and let the sound of my voice and the rain guide you into another night of dreamscape romance. Love in the woods. As I drive up the winding road to the remote cabin, rain is already falling, adding to the sense of déjà vu. It's been 3 years since I left, and we have not spoken since then. The rain steadily taps against the dashboard window as I navigate the familiar twists and turns. The evergreen trees stand tall, their branches reaching towards the rain-soaked clouds. The only sounds are the hum of the car and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. My mind races with thoughts of what it will be like to see him again. Perhaps he is married. It always seemed like the timing was off. One of us was always involved with someone else. We collaborated on multiple projects before, spending weeks together, caught up in our research. And now I'm back for another assignment. He's still stationed at the remote cabin in the woods, overlooking the lake and mountains. It was a beautiful place. When it rained, the lake would dance with ripples, and when it was sunny, a shimmering peace would reside, and the nights when the skies were clear were showered with twinkling stars. Often I would find myself not wanting to go home. We worked closely together, gathering samples in the woods, conducting research. I wanted more, but I never had the courage to tell him. Now, driving up the road once again, I'm not even sure if he knew about my transfer. I simply left. When his relationship with Natalie started getting serious, I couldn't bear it any longer. Drawing closer, the road leveled out, winding its way through the dense forest. The rain persisted its steady rhythm, a backdrop to my thoughts. Up ahead, the cabin emerged, its windows casting a warm, golden glow into the rainy afternoon. Wisps of smoke curled lazily from the chimney, blending with the misty air and adding to the cozy ambience. Despite the earlier warnings of an impending storm, the rain had stayed light, and the journey felt safe enough for me to venture into the woods to begin our assignment. The cabin overlooked a stunning turquoise lake, where we had often sat on the patio, engrossed in our research notes and sharing laughter. The mountains looming in the distance, beyond the forest, always captivated us, their grandeur a constant source of wonder. Raindrops delicately tapped the water's surface like enchanting musical notes, forming small rings that danced in and out of existence. Pausing for a moment to admire this serene scene, I drew in a deep breath before proceeding towards his doorway. I knocked on the cabin door, waiting in suspense. The sound of the rain, the only thing calming my nerves. After a few moments of anticipation, the door opened, revealing him standing there. In a gray slouchy beanie, his dirty blonde hair peeked out, a light stubble framing his jawline, lending him an extra touch of ruggedness. Wearing dark frame glasses, with a pen casually tucked between his lips, and a research book in hand, he embodied the essence of a dedicated scientist, exuding an effortless confidence that I found undeniably appealing. He still looked as handsome as ever, effortlessly exuding the rugged outdoorsman style in his tri-colored blue, brown, and turquoise flannel button-up shirt, paired with copper brown jeans. In that moment, as he removed the pen from his mouth and was just about to say hello, I found myself looking into his emerald green eyes for the first time in 3 years. They always had a lushness akin to the pine trees, with a subtle splash of sunbeams filtering through the foliage. My emotions got the best of me, causing me to drop the research papers I had been cradling in my arms. Breaking our gaze, I knelt down on the floor and began gathering my papers, Sebastian putting down his book and quickly helping me gather my things. "Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to see you," I said as he stepped aside to let me into the cabin. As we collected the documents, I couldn't help but notice that there was no ring on his finger. Our hands grazed each other as we both reached to collect the pile of papers into a bundle, sending a spark of electricity through me, making the hairs on my arms and back stand up for a brief moment. Breaking the silence and trying to evade the heat rising into my face, I said in a hurried fashion, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened." "Don't worry about it," Sebastian said, trying to ease the situation as we both stood up from the floor. "How have you been? It's been so long," he began to ask. I looked into his eyes and hesitated to lean forward for a hug, stopping myself short and instead shifting the pile of papers into one arm and extending my hand out to shake his. I could feel it take him a second to register the situation, and he shook my hand reluctantly. "Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to see you," I said as he stepped aside to let me into the cabin. "Yeah, you too," he replied back politely, my heart still fluttering at the sight of him after so long. a rush of emotions swirling within me, like a gentle breeze on a warm summer's night. My heart was pounding now inside my chest, as if it were about to leap out, the intensity of my feelings almost overwhelming. The cabin was cozy. He had really made his workspace a home. The kitchenette adorned the back wall, boasting a beautiful black wood-burning stove nestled in the corner. 2 sofas were strategically placed on either side of the cabin, one by the small dining area and the other facing the windows, offering a picturesque view of the tranquil lake outside. A table near the doorway was cluttered with research papers and books, where he often sat engrossed in his work while enjoying the breathtaking scenery. A small ladder led up to a loft area where he slept. The air inside carried the refreshing scent of pine and cedar, mixed with the musky aroma of lingering wood smoke from the fireplace, along with the subtle fragrance of damp soil from the pouring rain outside. "How was the drive?" he asked, breaking the silence with an inquisitive tone, perhaps trying to fill the space between them. "It was good," I replied, considering how to engage in small talk. "The rain's light right now, but I heard the storm might be coming in a day or two," I added, glancing out the window at the rolling gray clouds drifting over the mountain tops. "Yeah," he responded quietly. "Should we get going?" I asked, feeling the weight of the lingering silence. "Yeah," he agreed. "Let me grab my things." He began to put his jacket and fill his backpack. As conservation scientists, we had been tasked with taking some samples of the surrounding lake areas, and Sebastian was going to show me some of the research he had conducted for our assignment. At first, I anticipated more awkwardness than what unfolded. To my surprise, as we navigated through the forest, our conversation flowed with ease. We delved into our shared passion for our work, exploring the research he was conducting and the conclusions drawn from his analysis. Periodically, we would pause, catching our breath from the walk in the rain, our eyes meeting in silent understanding, accompanied by fleeting smiles. I often found myself averting my gaze when our eyes lingered too long, feeling the warmth rise in my neck despite the cool raindrops around us. In the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the thought of whether he would bring up Natalie or any other woman. I began biting my thumbnail, a physical manifestation of my internal conflict, urging myself to maintain professionalism and refrain from prying. Yet the longing to know if he was seeing anyone gnawed at me. As we walked, I felt a rush of old emotions flooding through me. His voice, once again resonating with its calming, soothing, and undeniably romantic tone, stirred feelings of longing and nostalgia within me. It became increasingly evident how much I had missed him. I didn't have to think anymore, because in a moment of silence between our conversation, he blurted, "Are you seeing anyone?" He asked, not looking at me, but at the forest floor. It crossed my mind to say, sort of, but I gambled and told the truth. "No, you? How's Natalie?" I asked, throwing it out casually and feeling relieved to cast the elephant out from between us. It seemed to catch him off guard, but from my earlier response, He also seemed content with my previous answer. Oh, that ended a long time ago. She decided to pursue acting, actually, and we haven't really talked since then. Wow, for once, we were both single, I thought. As we approached the forest's edge on the far side of the lake, the clouds above the mountains darkened, signaling an impending storm. Sebastian, sensing the change in weather, suggested we return to the cabin before the storm hit. While standing by the lakeside, I gazed towards the mountains, reminiscing about the spot where we once witnessed a shooting star together. It was a moment that nearly led to a kiss between us. Sebastian, noticing my reflective silence, finished collecting the specimens and seemed to share in the memory. Do you remember that night we saw the shooting star together? He asked softly. Yes, it's like deja vu, but with rain. I chuckled, attempting to make it feel casual, although inside that memory could have been a pivotal moment for us. I still remember it, he added under his breath. I turned to look at Sebastian, but he avoided meeting my gaze, instead directing his attention toward the mountains where the shooting star had once graced the sky in both of our memories. Perhaps he believed I hadn't heard him, or maybe he thought he had made a subtle remark that we weren't yet prepared to discuss. As we both continued to collect the remaining samples from the lake and soil, I didn't notice that I had stepped on a slippery stone at the water's edge. I nearly fell backward before I felt him grab my waist and pull me towards him. Momentum offered a gentle push in the right direction, finding ourselves in an intimate embrace as he stumbled backward. That was close, I said, my heart racing as I locked eyes with him, grateful for his swift action. Slowly, I backed away, my gaze drifting to the forest floor, still feeling the lingering warmth of his touch. Thanks, I managed to say, my voice filled with genuine appreciation. Don't mention it, he replied quietly, his eyes holding a depth I couldn't quite decipher. Without another word, we started making our way back to the cabin, the rain growing heavier and the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the forest, a reminder of the storm fast approaching. Heading back to the cabin, Sebastian fell silent, and so did I. My mind was abuzz with the thoughts about the moment we shared by the lake, his unexpected questions lingering in my mind. Where could all of this be leading us? By the time we reached the cabin, our clothes were drenched despite our supposedly waterproof jackets. I guess we should have brought umbrellas, he joked, as he unlocked the cabin door and gently ushered me inside, his hand resting warmly on my back. The rush of warm air and scent of cedar welcomed us like an invisible embrace as we stepped inside, shedding our jackets and shoes and retreating into the cozy interior of the cabin. The weather outside had taken a drastic turn for the worse, with the wind howling and the rain intensifying by the minute. Lightning streaked across the darkened sky, followed by booming thunder that reverberated through the forest. The tall evergreen trees swayed ominously, their branches bending under the force of the gusts. Sebastian noticed that my long-sleeved top was completely drenched, as was his. Without hesitation, he offered me a change of clothes. I hadn't anticipated getting so wet, and for a moment I considered heading back to my hotel. However, the thought of spending more time with him at the cabin was too tempting to resist. Sebastian handed me a towel to dry off my hair and offered me a flannel shirt to change into. As I gratefully accepted his gesture, memories of our past friendship flooded back, making it feel as though the 3 years apart had melted away in an instant. As I unbuttoned my drenched shirt, I felt his gaze upon me, a soft warmth that made my heart skip a beat. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, I stood in my snug tank top, pretending not to notice his attention, but secretly reveling in it. Grabbing his flannel shirt, I pulled it over me, relishing the comforting embrace it offered, infused with his scent. Across from me, Sebastian also began to shed his soaked clothing, removing his beanie and glasses. His hands ran through his tousled hair in a playful gesture, eliciting a fond smile from me. Respecting his privacy, I turned aside, though I couldn't resist stealing glances, captivated by his every move. With each layer he shed, revealing his toned chest and abdomen, a soft blush tinted my cheeks, a fluttering feeling stirring within me. "I'll go make us some tea. That should warm us up," Sebastian said, slipping completely into his dry t-shirt. I offered him a warm smile, then sighed to myself, a silent gesture to calm my nerves. Finding a seat by the window, I peered outside, watching the tempest rage on. Suddenly, the lights went dark. The power had gone out. "Maybe I should get going," I blurted. "In this weather, it's not safe to be driving with the winds blowing like that through the trees. It's safer if you wait it out," he said reassuringly, as he began to light some candles in the room. It was dark now within the cabin, illuminated only by the soft glow of a dozen candles and the comforting warmth radiating from the wood-burning stove, which now began to boil a kettle for our tea. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would pierce through the darkness, casting bright light and dancing shadows onto the walls. Sebastian, who had been pacing anxiously, as if he wasn't sure where to sit, finally took a seat across from me. We then engaged in pleasant conversation, catching up on the last 3 years of our lives and discussing mutual coworkers and the research we were working on. As the storm raged outside, I couldn't help but shiver a bit, prompting Sebastian to drape a blanket across my shoulders. "Thanks," I said, grateful for the small gesture of warmth and comfort. He was always so attentive, something that had undoubtedly drawn me to him years ago. The kettle began to rumble with a boil, and he got up to take it off the stovetop. After preparing the cups of tea, he brought them over, offering me one. As he took his seat across from me, I noticed a guitar leaning on the other end of the sofa. "You play?" I asked in a cheerful tone. "Yeah, just a little," he replied humbly. "Play something for me," I said, a gentle smile forming on my lips. He seemed hesitant at first, but then got up and picked up the guitar. Biting the bottom of his lip in contemplation, he glanced at me with a mischievous look, his eyes narrowing in a playful manner as he began to strum the guitar. I instantly recognized it as one of my favorite childhood songs. I couldn't believe it. I remembered mentioning it to him once, a long time ago, in passing. I was touched that he remembered. At first, he watched his fingers strumming the guitar, seemingly avoiding eye contact with me. But I couldn't help but look at him, noticing how his tousled hair fell forward and the softness in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Finally, he looked up from the guitar strings and into my eyes as he played the last verse. Just then, another rumble of thunder stirred the atmosphere, and I could hear the wind howling loudly outside the window. Then a flash of lightning entering the room. Sebastian stopped strumming the guitar, and we both looked out the window, amazed at the tempest, and we could see sparks of lightning just at the cusp of the mountain tops. It was captivatingly beautiful, and we felt safe in the warmth of the glowing fireplace and the candles that continued to burn. And for the first time since we entered the cabin, Sebastian made his way over to my side of the sofa to get a closer look at the storm outside. Seated now, right beside me, he was close enough that I could smell the fragrance of his cologne. Although we both looked out the window together, mesmerized by the streaks of lightning, there were stolen glances to each other as the moment passed. As the lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the room with its fleeting brilliance, we turned to each other, drawn together by the intimacy of the moment. His gaze held mine, searching, as if seeking permission to speak the words that lingered unspoken between us. But with a subtle gulp, instead of delving into the depths of our unspoken desires, he proposed something simple, yet charming. How about a game? His suggestion, though seemingly mundane, carried with it an undertone of longing, a desire to extend our time together amidst the storm's turmoil. Retrieving a wooden board and checker pieces from an end table, he invited me to join him in a playful diversion. As we engaged in the game, playful competitiveness hummed in the air, punctuated by the occasional rumble of thunder and flash of lightning. I couldn't help but find myself drawn to him, gently nudging his shoulder whenever he overtook me in the game of checkers, my hand lingering on his arm a moment longer than necessary, my fingertips slipping down his arm affectionately. In those stolen moments between moves, our eyes met, conveying a depth of emotion that words could not express. We pretended to be thinking of our next move, and we were, but there was fun in the back and forth, flirtatious winks and cunning smiles. The flickering of candlelight casting soft shadows across his face, accentuating the warmth and depth in his eyes. As the night wore on and the storm raged outside, we lost ourselves in conversation, sharing stories of our past, our dreams, and our hopes for the future. Sebastian ended up reheating a bowl of chowder he had made the night before, and joked about it being a cheesy candlelight dinner. Amidst the gentle crackle of the fireplace and the soothing patter of rain against the window pane, it felt like a first date. As we finished our bowls of chowder, there lingered a moment of silence, with only the sound of the crackling firewood burning within the wooden stove and the gentle patter of raindrops on the rooftop. Why did you leave? His voice, though soft, carried a weight of disappointment and longing. What do you mean? I responded, feigning innocence, though his question struck a chord within me. I don't know. One day you were here, and the next, I hear from the office that you've been transferred. You didn't even let me know. You know, I thought we were friends. His words hung in the air, a blend of statement and inquiry, laced with a touch of hurt that pierced through me. I took a gulp, and my mouth opened to speak, but the only thing that came out was a sigh. Was I ready for this conversation? I kept my eyes out the window, unable to meet his gaze as he looked at me for a reassuring answer. The storm was starting to wane. He sat there for a moment, seemingly trying to understand me, and then he began to pull the blanket over my shoulders and brush the strands of hair from across my face, tucking them behind my ears as he gazed into my eyes with a longing affection. I buried my hands in my face, unable to say anything. A tear begins to trickle down my cheek, realizing how much I cared for him and all the feelings I had felt when I decided to leave. It seemed like Sebastian knew. I guess we both could have said something back then, he said gently, helping me lower my hands from my face. I closed my eyes as tears streamed down my cheeks. When I opened them, I found myself looking into his eyes, teary-eyed and vulnerable. I really wanted to, but you were with Natalie, and he gently placed his index finger on my lips, silencing me, understanding the vulnerability in my voice. As we paused in this moment, the storm outside appeared to have stopped as the clouds began to part, revealing the sunrise as it gently cascaded into the cabin through the windows. We had talked all night, and now even the storm outside seemed to mirror the flow of our rekindling. He held both my hands and looked into my eyes, then gently wiped the tears from my face. This time, I maintained my gaze, feeling the longing in both our hearts. He looked at me, waiting for a cue, and as I swallowed and caught my breath, I leaned in towards his lips. I could feel his hand on my lap, the other gently grazing my neck before moving behind my head. My hands reached for his face, cradling his jawline and soft stubble as we both leaned in. His hand shifted from my lap to the small of my back. The soft touch of our lips meeting melted my insides, and as I ran my fingers through his hair, I could feel our connection building. The scent of his cologne heightened the moment, and the burden in our hearts dissipated, manifesting into the desire and warmth of this long-awaited kiss. As the sun streams into the room, we melt away from the embrace. He cradles my head in his hands, planting kisses on both my cheeks. And then he steals another on my lips before pulling away slowly, leaving me wanting more. The intensity of our physical attraction is almost unable to contain itself. With intense desire in his eyes and a heavy breath, he leans over into my ear and whispers softly, I wish I could make this moment last forever. But there's something I want to share with you. He smiles, reluctantly breaking the moment. He presses his lips against my forehead as he stands up, his touch lingering before gently taking my hand and guiding me toward the cabin entrance. I've always imagined showing you one day, and now I don't want you to miss it. As we step outside and settle on the patio bench, his arm draped around my shoulder as I nestle into his chest. In the silence, a shared appreciation for the beauty of the moment washes over us as we bask in the warmth of the rising sun. This time, we finally got the timing right as we watched the sunlight shimmer over the lake. The forgotten letter. Every time the door chimed, Emma was momentarily lifted from her reverie. From a cozy corner in the quaint coffee shop, she watched as patrons shook droplets from their umbrellas, smiling at the familiar dance of the rainy day routine. They'd exchange brief, warm greetings with the barista, place their orders, and then dash back into the drizzle, cradling their steaming cups like precious treasures. Each arrival seemed a gentle reminder of the world moving around her, a soft invitation to emerge from the cocoon of her thoughts. Emma sat there, her gaze often drifting from the blinking cursor on her laptop screen to the window where rain painted the glass with trails of silver. It was in this soothing rhythm of rain and chimes that she found a comforting embrace, her heart quietly waiting for inspiration to strike. She had finally been given her first opportunity to write a screenplay for work, but now it seemed as if she were at loss for words. Instead, she found herself continuously gazing out the window, captivated by the rain as it painted streaks across the glass, her mind wandering to the possible excitement unfolding outside. Inside the coffee shop, the sounds of the cafe, the hum of the espresso machine, the mingling jazz music, and the subdued conversations from other patrons created a cozy soundtrack to her thoughts. This place was her favorite, offering a comfortable ambience that allowed her to be alone with her work, yet surrounded by the gentle buzz of life. It was here, nestled in her usual spot, that she felt the promise of stories yet to be written, even as the world outside beckoned her imagination to roam. Being a regular at the cafe, Emma was familiar with the owner, Joe, as well as Sarah and Elijah, the reliable baristas. She and Elijah had struck up a genuine friendship, bonding over their shared love for literature. He was an aspiring writer, working part-time at the cafe and writing his book, yet to be published. They often found themselves engrossed in conversations about books, their exchanges flowing effortlessly. However, amidst the comforting routine of her cafe visits, there was James, the undeniable highlight that elevated this place to her favorite spot. James possessed a magnetic allure, his tall stature complemented by dark brown hair and eyes that shimmered with shades of gray and blue. Since his arrival 6 months ago, Emma found herself drawn to the cafe more frequently, eagerly seeking any excuse to bask in his presence. Yet, on this particular day, as she wrestled with the pressure of completing her screenplay, amidst these delightful distractions, she couldn't help but wonder if her fondness for James was hindering her productivity. By now, she had gotten pretty used to staring at the back of James's head as he worked the coffee machines and prepared the cafe visitors' specials. Had he noticed her? Probably not, for she could barely even start a decent, small conversation. Every time she went to order, and he was serving her, her knees would buckle, and she would just act nonchalantly toward him, making little eye contact and pretending to be busy on her phone after she quickly placed her order. She was absolutely awkward during any of her fleeting interactions with him. He seemed not to notice her either, so admiration from afar seemed well suited for her. Casting one last glance at James and then back at her blank computer screen, Emma made a decision. Perhaps retreating to her apartment to work would serve her better if she aimed to keep her job. With dreams of breaking into the industry as a screenplay writer, her English major in hand, she knew she needed to focus. But before facing the rainy world outside, she decided on a brief stop in the ladies' room. Packing her bags, she carefully stowed her laptop into her backpack, placing her umbrella on top, and left everything on her seat as she hurried into the restroom. As Emma made her way back to her table, where her belongings patiently waited for her, a small white envelope caught her eye. Her name, elegantly scripted across the front, drew her curiosity. She glanced around the bustling cafe, searching for any sign of its sender. Yet, amidst the sea of contented faces engrossed in conversation or lost in the glow of their phones, no one seemed to be watching her. James was occupied at the till, attending to another customer. The mystery of the letter's origin lingered, casting a peculiar sense of intrigue over the otherwise familiar surroundings. Emma gingerly lifted the letter, savoring the anticipation as she broke the seal of the envelope. With a gentle tug, she extracted the slip of paper, and to her delight, a solitary crimson rose petal fluttered gracefully into her palm, infusing the moment with an undeniable aura of romance. The writing, meticulously penned yet exquisitely concise, read, "Dear Emma, I've been wanting to talk to you. Well, if I'm being honest, I would like to ask you to meet up for a cup of coffee. Hoping that you'll be open to this idea, and if you are, please come to the coffee shop. Same table at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Signed, your secret admirer." Feeling a bit flushed, now but slightly perplexed, Emma couldn't help but feel curious and a tad flattered by the letter. Her heart raced with a mix of emotions. A secret admirer. It felt a bit creepy, yet undeniably romantic at the same time. Despite having been on a few lackluster dates in recent months, none of them had amounted to more than a second date. Contemplating the idea of meeting this mysterious admirer, Emma found herself intrigued. Just then, Elijah approached her table with a playful smile. "Leaving so soon? I thought you had the screenplay to start writing," he teased. "Well, I was just about to head home to start on the screenplay," Emma began, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Did you happen to see anyone come to my table today?" she asked, hoping to unravel the mystery of her secret admirer. Not really. I was busy in the stockroom. Why? What's up? Elijah replied, his tone casual. It's nothing, she answered, stealing a quick glance over at James. Could he have noticed her? Could he be her secret admirer? The thought sent a rush of excitement through her veins, igniting a spark of romance. Emma pressed her glasses to the bridge of her nose, almost fidgeting to maintain her composure. How's the novel going? Emma inquired, turning her attention back to Elijah, as he began wiping down her table in preparation for her departure. It's going well. I'm reaching the point where maybe I'll have an editor look at the manuscript. He chuckled to himself, a hint of self-deprecation in his laughter. I would love to read it one of these days, Emma replied, though she recalled Elijah mentioning in the past that he wasn't quite ready for others to see his work. I know, but not yet, he affirmed with a smile, before picking up her empty coffee cup and retreating towards the back of the coffee shop. See you later, he called back over his shoulder as he disappeared from view. The next morning, Emma arrived just about 2 minutes before 10 a.m. With bated breath, she peered through the coffee shop window before stepping inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of her designated table. Glancing down at her watch, she realized her mysterious admirer still had 2 minutes. Her heart raced with anticipation, and her palms grew clammy as she nervously dug her hands into her coat pockets. Emma didn't want to appear too eager by arriving at her table before their meeting time, but she couldn't shake the feeling of awkwardness, considering she usually arrived before 9 a.m. As 10 a.m. came and went, no one entered the cafe or took a seat at her table. Perhaps they were waiting for her to make the first move, Emma pondered. James was on duty, efficiently serving the bustling line of corporate regulars eager for their morning caffeine fix. With a deep breath, Emma finally stepped inside. Sarah greeted her with a warm smile. Hey, Emma, she exclaimed, waving. Want me to grab your usual? She offered. You know me, Emma replied with a faint smile, her gaze darting anxiously around the cafe to see if anyone else was approaching her. At 10:15 a.m., still no sign of her secret admirer. Emma stared out the window. Another rainy day outside. With her chin resting on one palm, she began biting her nails, feeling slightly embarrassed by her own behavior. She decided to distract herself by opening her laptop and reading her screenplay draft, though her mind kept wandering, questioning the authenticity of the situation. To think she had actually had a secret admirer. She shook herself back to reality and refocused on her laptop screen, typing away in an attempt to shake off her disappointment. Yet she couldn't shake the thought. What a jerk, standing her up and toying with her emotions. Amidst her swirling emotions, she contemplated the challenge her admirer must have faced in leaving that note and summoning the courage to meet her. Her feelings were akin to a teeter-totter, precarious and on the verge of recklessness if she tilted too far in either direction. Sympathy and empathy began to well within her. After all, wasn't she in a similar position? Nursing unrequited feelings for James. Perhaps it was time to confront her emotions. Maybe this was a sign. With a steadying breath, Emma gathered her resolve and made her way over to the barista counter. As the mad rush of corporate workers dwindled, the cafe adopted a more relaxed atmosphere, with casual patrons now occupying the tables, immersed in unhurried conversations. Emma noticed Sarah's absence. It seemed she had taken a morning break, leaving her coffee forgotten. With only James at the back end, busily restocking supplies and cleaning the espresso equipment, the cafe exuded a familiar calmness, inviting patrons to linger and enjoy the warmth of its ambience. This was her moment. Could she seize it? Ordering coffee was one thing, but mustering the courage to engage him in conversation was another. She hesitated for a moment, drawing in a deep breath and attempting to appear composed as she waited for him to turn around. As she stood there, she couldn't help but admire his tousled dark hair, almost black, styled in a casual crew cut that appeared effortlessly charming. His fitted t-shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and muscular arms, hinting at an athletic build. Perhaps he played sports. With resolve building within her, she cleared her throat, determined to catch his attention. As he turned to face her, their eyes finally met. Normally, she struggled to maintain eye contact with him, but today, a newfound confidence surged within her, perhaps fueled by wishful thinking that he could be her secret admirer. She mustered the nerve to initiate a conversation. His gray eyes exuded a warmth, and a gentle smile graced his lips, emanating friendliness, calmness, and reassurance. "Be right there," he said softly, concluding his task at the espresso machine before storing the milk in a built-in fridge beneath the counter. As he approached her, her heart raced, skipping a beat with each step he took. Alarm bells ringing loudly in her head, screaming, "I can't do this." She nervously pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, a futile attempt to compose herself. Despite her efforts, when she opened her mouth, no words emerged. It felt as though time had frozen, trapping her in this excruciatingly embarrassing moment. Unable to muster the courage for a direct approach, she retorted to a question instead of placing an order. "Have you seen Elijah?" she blurted out, her voice tinged with nervousness. James' expression flattened, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. "Oh, he's not working today. Can I get you something?" he asked, his gentle smile returning as he tried to meet her gaze with his mesmerizing, gray-blue eyes, which seemed to effortlessly melt her insides. Feeling the heat rising to her cheeks, she broke her gaze, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "No, never mind. I'm fine," she muttered, desperate to escape the awkwardness of the moment. With a swift churn, she retreated to her table, her mind swirling with self-reproach. What happened? She wondered, replaying the interaction in her mind. I must have looked so... Sinking into her seat, she buried her face into her hands, trying to shake off the embarrassment. Glancing back at the barista counter, she saw James seamlessly attending to another customer. A pang of regret piercing through her heart. This was just another ordinary day for him, while for her, it was a moment of mortifying defeat. She weighed her options, feeling defeated and uncertain. She might as well just go home, she reasoned internally. I mean, who comes to a coffee shop and doesn't order coffee? It was a logical thought, yet it offered little comfort. Emma found herself trapped in a cycle of self-doubt, questioning her decisions and replaying the awkward encounter with James in her head. As she sat there, staring blankly at the keyboard on her laptop, she contemplated her next move. Should she wait for Sarah to return from her break and order her coffee, pretending as though nothing had happened? Or should she simply concede to defeat and retreat home, allowing her embarrassment to consume her? Why did she ask for Elijah? The question lingered in her thoughts, a subtle attempt to rationalize her actions. Perhaps showing disinterest in James would shield her from the sting of potential rejection. But deep down she knew it was just a coping mechanism, a feeble attempt to protect herself from vulnerability. Lost in her thoughts, Emma remained motionless, her mind trapped in a cycle of uncertainty and regret. Suddenly, a figure approached her table, placing a cup of coffee before her. It was James. Caught off guard, Emma was rendered speechless once again. Sarah asked me to bring this over to you. Emma, right? James inquired, his voice calm and collected. Emma stole a glance at Sarah, who had returned to the till, offering a playful wink from across the room. Unaware of Emma's crush on James, it was a simple gesture of reassurance that she had remembered Emma's coffee after all. Was all Emma could manage, her mind racing with a flurry of thoughts. James seemed to navigate the situation with ease, as though he had encountered similar scenarios before. With a warm smile, he continued, You left this at the till earlier when you came over, handing her back her wallet. Emma was taken aback, realizing she had left her wallet behind during that awkward attempt at ordering coffee from James. Still unable to find her voice, Emma watched as James flashed another smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Okay, well, enjoy your coffee. It's on the house, he said, sending her a wink before sauntering away, leaving Emma to ponder the meaning behind his words. On the house, she mouthed silently to herself, her thoughts drifting back to the letters, mention of meeting up for a cup of coffee. Was James hinting at something more? The question lingered in her mind, stirring a newfound sense of anticipation. After receiving her coffee, Emma decided to stay a while longer, allowing herself to fully immerse in the comforting ambience of the cafe. With her screenplay draft open on her laptop, she found herself lost in the world of words and imagination, the gentle hum of the cafe serving as her background music. Despite her focus on her work, Emma couldn't help but steal glances toward the counter every now and then. Each time she felt a flutter of anticipation, wondering if James might be looking her way. Though her shyness prevented her from meeting his gaze directly, she couldn't deny the subtle thrill that tingled in her chest at the possibility of their eyes meeting. As the day unfolded, the rain stopped and the light of the sun swept into the cafe, creating a golden ambience. That beautiful golden light after a rainfall, with the sun shining and a rainbow cast over the sky. Emma had accomplished a lot today, even though her secret admirer had never shown up or revealed himself. She also had not eaten anything except for her cup of coffee all day. She had poured all her energy into her work, and now it was late afternoon, more than half the day lost in her work. As her stomach let out a soft growl, Emma glanced away from her laptop screen, only to find James swiftly making his way toward her table, bearing a plate adorned with a slice of cake. With a gentle smile, he inquired if he could join her, his presence sparking a surge of energy within Emma despite her weariness. As he settled into the seat across from her, a whirlwind of emotions swept through her mind, a delicate dance between the realms of fantasy and reality. In that fleeting moment, she couldn't help but think to herself, I can't believe this is happening. He begins by offering her the slice of carrot cake, initially hesitant, perhaps wondering if she even enjoys carrot cake, explaining that he's awaiting entry into culinary school, and this job helps cover some expenses. He mentions how Joe, the owner, granted him the opportunity to bake items for sale at the cafe. Feeling quite hungry, Emma accepts the offer. With the first bite, though, it's a bit awkward to be sitting and eating with James. She's amazed by how delicious the cake tastes. Impressed, she compliments his baking skills, and the conversation begins to flow more smoothly, slowly weaving into her work. Although still nervously screaming inside, the conversation carries on as they get to know each other. There's something about James that makes conversation flow easily, as if the world around them fades away and all he sees is her. Emma finds herself thinking of him as charismatic. His gesture of bringing her a glass of milk, once again teasing that it's on the house, adds to his charm. As he mentions that his shift is ending soon, he suggests continuing their conversation as he walks her home. Gathering her things, Emma declines his offer to carry her bag, still feeling a mix of awe and disbelief at the situation. She can't help but wonder why she hadn't left her wallet behind sooner, a quiet reminder of the unexpected and delightful churn of events that had taken from that one mishap. As they take their leave, the streets outside shimmer with wet cement and dew-kissed trees, while the fragrance of damp grass and spring blooms fills the air, adding to the enchantment of the moment. They maintain their unhurried pace, exchanging light banter about the weather and their aspirations, evoking the feeling of a budding romance. Suddenly, he pauses, explaining that he needs to have a quick word with a friend inside the flower shop. After a brief moment, he returns, one hand discreetly hidden behind his back. With a winsome smile, he reveals a single rose, presenting it to her with a touch of classic charm. Though the gesture might initially appear cliché, he infuses it with a contemporary sense of romance, reminiscent of a scene from a modern-day fairy tale. With a playful bow, he offers her the rose, his handsome eyes now gazing up at her with a genuine warmth and sincerity. Emma blushes as she accepts the rose, taking in its delicate scent. Inside her heart is a flutter. He's so romantic. They continue their stroll for several more blocks until they reach her apartment building. There's a moment of slight awkwardness, but he handles it with grace, bidding her farewell and mustering the courage to ask for her number. With a shy smile, Emma tears a piece of paper from her notebook and scribbles down her number. Handing it to him, she watches as he pockets the paper, exchanging a final wave and thank you before disappearing into her building. Once inside her apartment, Emma closes the door behind her, leaning against it as she locks it securely. Dropping her bag to the floor, she clutches the rose to her heart, feeling a rush of happiness wash over her. With a contented sigh, she allows herself to bask in the moment, feeling as light as a princess swept up in a fairy tale romance. In the days that follow, Emma finds herself engrossed in her duties at work, constantly glancing at her phone in hopes of a message from James, only to be met with a disappointment every time. Fearing potential awkwardness, she decides to steer clear of the cafe altogether. However, fate intervenes when she runs into Elijah, who immediately questions her absence from the cafe. Emma offers a vague excuse about work, masking her inner disappointment. Despite Emma's subdued demeanor, Elijah persists, reminding her of her offer to review his manuscript. With a heavy heart still burdened by her lingering thoughts of James, Emma reluctantly agrees that she had wanted to help him read his draft. Elijah proposes a change of scenery, suggesting they discuss his draft over dinner at a nearby restaurant. Though hesitant, Emma accepts, hoping the new setting will provide a welcome distraction from her unrequited feelings. Perhaps the diversion would help her shake off the disappointment she had been feeling, as she makes her decision to hang out with Elijah. They had met at the coffee shop and were acquaintances, but Elijah always felt like an old friend. A few months ago, she even introduced him to one of her girlfriends, but he mentioned that he hadn't hit it off, and since then, they had stuck to their usual small talk whenever she visited the cafe. Elijah only worked part-time at the cafe. He also had another job as a publisher for a local news station. His dream was to become a journalist, and he was quite ambitious and career-focused. He often talked about the book he was working on, or the articles he was preparing to write each week. Despite his busy schedule, he enjoyed working at the cafe to take his mind off things and to cover his expenses in the meantime. As they settled in, he handed her his manuscript. Surprisingly, it was a high fantasy novel, richly imaginative, quite a departure from his usual journalism. This shift intrigued Emma, whose English major background made her a keen reviewer. She was so captivated by the story that she requested to take it home for a more in-depth read. The brief dinner conversation hadn't given them enough time to delve into his creative work. Although he hesitated, worried she might lose it, Emma quickly reassured him. She was impressed by the quality of the writing and eager to give it the thorough attention it deserved promising to return it within a couple of days. He graciously paid for dinner, expressing his gratitude for her assistance. Throughout the meal, they shared laughter like old friends, even though they were still in the process of getting to know each other. Despite Emma's efforts to brush it aside, she couldn't help but sense a fleeting spark between them. Yet she convinced herself it was merely their shared passion for literature that created such a connection. There was a brief moment when their conversation paused, and he looked at her, almost as if he wanted to say something profound. But instead, he cracked a joke, breaking the tension. Overall, it was a delightful evening, filled with laughter and promise of an engaging read to take home. The next day, Emma woke up to a text message from James, catching her by surprise. He mentioned how he had hoped to see her at the cafe and admitted he thought he had lost her number. Excited by his unexpected contact, she quickly dressed and applied her makeup before heading to the cafe. Upon arriving, she found James had baked a pie and had saved a slice for her to try. Engaged in conversation with James at the bar, Emma barely noticed Elijah's presence. They exchanged greetings, but her attention was wholly consumed by her interaction with James. However, once back home, Emma found herself engrossed in Elijah's manuscript, diligently jotting down notes, suggestions, and feedback for him. Despite the distraction and excitement she got from her conversations with James, her commitment to helping Elijah remained steadfast. Over the next couple of weeks, Emma found herself drawn more and more to James. They spent time together, baking in her kitchen or his, creating delicious treats and sharing stories. One sunny afternoon, they embarked on the adventure of making a loaf of bread from scratch. There was an undeniable physical attraction between them, something Emma hadn't felt in a long time. James exuded charm and confidence, making each moment with him feel like a dream. During their bread-making escapade, Emma felt a rush of excitement when their hands touched as they kneaded the dough together. James stood close behind her, guiding her movements with a gentle touch that sent shivers down her spine. She could feel his warm breath against her cheek, tempting her to turn around and lose herself in his gaze. However, the moment was interrupted by the ringing of her cell phone, reminding her of the realities of work. Despite her growing feelings for James, Emma made a conscious decision to take things slow. They enjoyed their freshly baked bread together and took a leisurely stroll around the city, savoring each other's company without rushing into anything more. The following week, Emma found herself feeling disheartened at work. Despite receiving positive feedback on the screenplay she had written from a director at the firm, her boss took all the credit during their team meeting. Emma felt deflated and betrayed, realizing that her boss had not even acknowledged her contributions. Her usual non-confrontational nature left her feeling lost and in need of comfort, prompting her to seek solace in James' company. She headed to the cafe after work, only to find out from Sarah that James wasn't working that day because he had a date. This news came as a surprise to Emma, as she had thought he was only seeing her. Elijah, noticing Emma's disappointment, offered to grab something to eat with her, since he had finished his shift for the day. Throughout dinner, Emma remained quiet, her mind weighed down by thoughts of work and James. Sensing her turmoil, Elijah encouraged her to express her feelings to James if she wanted their relationship to progress beyond friendship. He patiently listened to her recount the drama at work, offering support without judgment. In the midst of their conversation, Emma suddenly remembered that she had finished reading Elijah's manuscript. Apologizing for taking longer than expected, she retrieved it from her backpack, eager to share her feedback with him. They took a stroll along the beach, Emma going over her notes with Elijah. As they walked, discussing his wonderful novel, some of Emma's troubles from the day began to fade away. They eventually found themselves sitting by the pier, under a lantern, gazing out at the water illuminated by the moon's reflection. As she flips through his manuscript, Emma notices that Elijah's attention seems to be more on her than on his work. Hastening through her feedback, she returns his papers to him, but not before catching a glimpse of Elijah's eyes. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonbeam, they appear different, softer somehow, their blue hue more pronounced. Emma's gaze then drifts to his lips, noticing their subtle curves and the hint of a smile playing at the corners. His ruggedly handsome facial hair, a blend of light brown with blonde highlights, frames his square jawline perfectly, adding to his sudden attractiveness. His tousled hair, purposefully styled yet effortlessly undone, matches his ambitious spirit. Emma takes a gulp, feeling a strange fluttering in her chest. She's not sure what to make of it, this sudden awareness of Elijah's appeal. Could it be that she's starting to feel drawn to him? The thought lingers in her mind, casting a subtle uncertainty over her thoughts. As she senses him leaning in for a kiss, Emma's heart quickens, and for a moment she entertains the idea of reciprocating. But then, with a gentle touch to his chest, she stops him, feeling a mix of uncertainty and desire. "I think it's late," she murmurs softly, her voice betraying her inner turmoil. "And I'm pretty tired. I think I should head home." There's a brief moment of silence, during which their eyes remain locked, each silently acknowledging the tension between them. Elijah's gaze shifts, his expression a mix of disappointment and understanding. "Thanks for taking the time to read my manuscript," he says finally, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. That night, Emma lay in bed, replaying the moment over and over. She almost wished she had leaned in for that kiss. Her admiration for Elijah's work seemed to have kindled something more between them. This realization was short-lived, though. Within days, Elijah messaged her to meet up. He shared exciting news. His book was being published, thanks in part to her feedback. But the joy came with a bittersweet twist. Elijah had accepted a journalism job in New York City and would be leaving in just a week. Emma feels a wave of sudden sadness wash over her, as if she's losing a true friend just as their connection was deepening. Despite the abruptness of the news, she composes herself and responds, offering to meet for one last drink at a local tavern to wish him well on his new adventure. As Elijah gazed out the plane window on his way to New York City, mesmerized by the sea of clouds and feeling a bit warm, he decided to take off his jacket. As he did, something slipped out of his pocket. Retrieving it, he found a letter addressed to him. Intrigued, he opened the envelope and realized it was the same letter Emma had received at the cafe, with a slight alteration. A red line was crossed off where it originally said to meet at the coffee shop at 10 a.m., now instructing him to meet at the gate upon landing. A single crimson rose petal left within the envelope. As Elijah finally navigates through the bustling airport crowds to his arrival gate, his heart races with anticipation. Could this really be what he hopes it means? With each step, he scans the sea of faces, searching for that familiar figure that fills his thoughts. Then, amidst the throng, he sees her, Emma, standing there with her unmistakable beautiful brown hair and black framed glasses, holding 2 cups of coffee. A surge of warmth floods through him, spreading into a slow smile that curves his lips. Approaching her, Elijah's mind whirls with a storm of emotions and questions. What significance does this moment hold? What will they say to each other? He runs his hand through his hair, trying to gather his thoughts as he moves closer. But before he can speak, Emma's voice cuts through the chaos like a beacon of calm. "I think I'll have that drink now," she says, her eyes meeting his in a moment of shared understanding and anticipation. In that fleeting instant, everything else fades away, leaving only the two of them in a world of boundless possibilities. The last train home. Harry felt like a rain-soaked cat as he entered the train carriage, relieved to step out of the pouring rain. The conductor had mentioned he was lucky to have caught the last train that would take him through the countryside to visit his sister for the weekend. In truth, Harry rather enjoyed riding the last train of the day. With fewer people, there were no crowds, and it offered time to think while watching the picturesque view unfold outside the window. However, today he was drenched and slightly out of breath from his dash to catch the train. He took off his backpack and removed his trench coat, hanging it on a small hook between the window panes. He had gotten quite wet, his own fault for often forgetting or neglecting to use an umbrella. Despite his soaked state, Harry felt a sense of comfort as he took in the surroundings. The carriage was warm and cozy, a vintage setting with velvety red upholstered chairs featuring tuft buttons that added a touch of classic elegance. Individual wooden pull-out tables with a polished veneer finish complemented the rich wood paneling of the carriage. Brown, sunlit globe lights dotted the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that created a comforting atmosphere, contrasting with the relentless rain outside. The rich wood interior and the soft red seating exuded a timeless elegance, making Harry feel as though he had stepped back into a more serene and charming era. Tonight, the train was comfortably quiet, with only a few passengers on this wet, windy, rain-soaked evening. Those who had boarded at the same station as Harry had chosen other carriages, leaving everyone with their own peaceful section of the train. It was a 6-hour journey to his destination, so he settled into an empty seat with his backpack beside him, grateful for the solitude. His day job as a financial analyst was rather dull, involving long hours of crunching numbers and analyzing data. To find comfort and balance, Harry indulged in an old habit, sketching whatever inspired him during his downtime. Sometimes it was a stroll through the city park, where he would sit on a bench, admiring a bird perched on a tree branch, and sketching the intricate details of its feathers. Other times he would pause to capture a street performer during his lunch break. Occasionally he sketched scenes from his imagination, creating intricate fantasy worlds, or simply doodled random abstract shapes. Now, inspired by the cozy ambience of the vintage train, Harry began sketching the carriage's interior. His attention was drawn to an elderly man with a white mustache and eyebrows, smoking a pipe and reading a newspaper on the opposite side of the carriage. The gentle sway of the train and the rhythmic sound of the rain against the windows provided the perfect backdrop for his artistic escape. As he heard the gentle hum of the train's mechanics stir to life and the wheels churning, the train began its journey on time, passing through picturesque countrysides with lush rolling hills, under occasional stone archways, and past quaint villages with cozy cottages and thatched roofs. It made for a calming and picturesque journey. He began sketching the view outside his window as the curtain of nightfall began its descent. Taking a break from his sketching, he paused to watch the rain streak down the window panes, blurring the view but creating a mesmerizing, soothing beauty that could lull anyone to sleep. The rhythmic sound of the rain on the metal roof of the train carriage provided a gentle backdrop to his thoughts. It was a welcome escape from the busy city life, offering a refreshing break in the tranquility of the countryside. He barely realized he had nodded off, until a sudden jolt from the train stopping startled him awake. The train lights flickered for a second as he opened his eyes, realizing the train had stopped, not at his destination, and not at any train station. It appeared they had halted in the middle of their journey. He glanced at his watch, noting the time he had boarded. It seemed he had slept through a few stops, as there were now a few more people scattered within his part of the train carriage. One of them was a beautiful woman seated a few seats away from him, deeply engrossed in a book. She had her hair up in a messy bun, with small trails gently cascading and framing her face. She wore a loose-fitting 3/4 length taupe cardigan and fitted jeans, which made her look stylishly comfortable and cozy. A small black duffel bag was beside her, and a brightly colored yellow raincoat hung from her tiny hook on the window. She seemed to be smiling as she read, thoroughly enjoying her book as she slowly flipped through the pages. She had taken off her ankle rain boots and sat cross-legged, happily engrossed in her book, until an announcement from the conductor interrupted her thoughts, causing her to lift her eyes from the pages and catch Harry's gaze. Harry quickly averted his eyes and listened to the announcement. "Good evening, travelers. This is your conductor. It appears a tree has fallen onto the railway tracks ahead, but we will have it addressed and will be on our way shortly. Sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused, but we are doing our very best to get this taken care of in a timely and efficient manner, and we thank you for your patience." Harry wondered how long the delay would be, and texted his sister to let her know he would be arriving later than planned. His gaze then drifted back to the woman, who was now texting someone, perhaps to inform them of the delay. He felt drawn to her, wondering what color her eyes were, feeling intrigued by her presence and a surge of inspiration. He flipped to an empty page in his sketchbook. Sketching had always been a hobby and a habit for Harry, a way to capture whatever inspired him. At that moment, he felt inspired to sketch this woman, who seemed to embody the atmosphere and coziness of the rainy day and the train ride through the countryside. He began sketching the scene before him. The train seating, the window pane, and the woman. As he continued to draw, he glanced up occasionally to capture the details of how her hair gracefully fell across her face and the delicate beauty of her eyelashes and lips. He noticed that she sometimes looked up from her book and gazed out the window, watching the raindrops cascade down the pane. Each time he would pause his sketching, caught off guard by her presence. During these moments, their eyes would meet briefly. Once, he smiled gently and then looked away, almost feeling guilty for sketching her. At one point, she seemed lost in her own thoughts as she stared out the window. The train remained still, and the rain continued to pour. The gentle howl of the wind and the subtle sway of the train added to the peaceful ambience. In these moments, Harry focused intently on the intricate details of her hair and the delicate contours of her face, his pencil capturing her beauty with every stroke. She was very pretty, and he felt a growing urge to speak to her. As the thought lingered, he noticed her slip her shoes on and rise from her seat. She stretched her arms over her head, arching gracefully and highlighting the subtle curves beneath her shirt. Her loosely fitted cardigan lifted upwards, momentarily exposing a hint of her toned midriff and a delicate ring adorning her navel. Harry ran his hands through his hair, trying to steady his racing heart and avert his gaze. To his surprise, she began heading in his direction. In his haste to close his sketchbook before she walked by, Harry fumbled, and as he was about to stuff it back into his backpack, the train suddenly jolted. He lost his balance and dropped the sketchbook onto the floor, directly in front of the woman's path. "Oh," she gasped. The sketchbook landed awkwardly with a page seemingly bent where he had sketched her image. She went to pick it up for him before he could reach it for himself, and as she lifted it, she began to flip it right side up. Harry felt the heat rush to his collar. his eyes squinting in anticipation of the upcoming embarrassment. The woman's mouth dropped slightly as she realized what she had picked up. She seemed to be thinking for a moment, collecting her thoughts as she held his sketchbook open. Slowly she began to pass the sketchbook back, seemingly perplexed about what to say. Harry took it from her hands, now scarlet red, and looking completely guilty. Fortunately, the sketchbook had landed on a different sketch from earlier that evening. The picture of the elderly gentleman and his pipe. "You're very talented," the woman said with a gentle smile, now looking into Harry's eyes. She had gray eyes, calm like the clouds just before a storm, and as beautiful as a gentle mist on a dew-kissed morning. Harry could feel himself gulp, but he composed himself and counted himself lucky for the second time that day, recalling how he had nearly missed catching the last train tonight. "Thank you," he uttered quietly, closing the sketchbook and putting it back into his backpack. "Do you reckon we'll be here all night?" she asked jokingly. "I thought I'd get up and stretch my legs, maybe pay a visit to the conductor to see what's happening." Now up closer, Harry thought the woman even more beautiful. He nodded politely, finding himself at a loss for words. "Maybe I'll go see what's going on," she said, almost as if convincing herself as she spoke. "Yeah, let me know what you find out," Harry said encouragingly, though he could feel his nerves kicking in as his heart began to race. "I think I will," she nodded to him curtly and headed off down the carriage towards the front end of the train to the conductor's seat. Harry watched as she strode off, sighing with relief that he had evaded an awkward situation. It wasn't that he never sketched other people who inspired his artistic nature, but his attraction to this woman made it feel like a guilty pleasure. After speaking to the conductor, the woman returned, Harry now staring out at the rain-streaked countryside through his window. "It's going to be about another 20 minutes, she said, interrupting his thoughts, with a gentle smile forming on her face. "Oh, thanks. That's good to know," he replied. The woman took a breath, almost looking to speak, but hesitating, and then finally deciding to introduce herself. "My name is Emily." Harry looked up at her from his seat, his mouth suddenly feeling dry. Right, I'm Harry," he replied awkwardly. "Where are you off to?" she asked, her tone warm and inviting. I'm going to visit my sister this weekend," he said. "How about you?" he asked, eager to keep the conversation flowing. Their eyes met, and for a moment, Harry felt as though he could get lost in the mesmerizing depths of her gaze, the rain outside seeming to fade away. She hesitated and then said softly, "Well, if it weren't for the delay, I'm just 3 stops from here." There was a lingering pause as their gazes held, both feeling a magnetic pull. Slowly they looked away, each secretly acknowledging the unexpected connection. Harry, finding courage from his growing attraction to Emily, thought quickly for an icebreaker. "I noticed you were reading earlier. Looked like something interesting," he said. "It is," she replied, eager to continue their conversation, and hoping they could connect over it. She began to tell him about the book and its author, and Harry listened intently, A gentle haze seemed to glow around Emily's face as she spoke. He knew he was interested in what she was saying, but a dreamy effect of their conversation also lingered in the air. All he could think of was how to keep the conversation going and how to get to know her better. Emily also felt drawn to Harry. At first she worried that she might be talking too much and that he might find her annoying, but he kept asking questions, encouraging their conversation to continue. She eventually took a seat across from him on the other side of the train carriage to keep talking as the train finally started moving again. Other passengers began glancing at them, noticing their growing connection. Their conversation deepened, and she ended up bringing her things over to the seat across from him to continue talking. Emily could feel Harry's eyes on her, and she felt the natural flutter of butterflies in her stomach. She found herself laughing at his comments, even though she knew he hadn't intended to be outright funny. There was something about Harry. He was shy and a bit awkward, but she could sense an intensity that drew her in. The way their eyes lingered between conversations told her he was attracted to her, and she felt a growing attraction to him. Harry admired Emily for more than just her looks. Yes, her physical beauty had initially caught his attention, but as they talked, he found himself captivated by her intelligence and sense of humor. She had a way of making even the simplest stories fascinating, often tilting her head slightly when she was deep in thought, a habit he found endearing. Her laugh resonated with him, making him wish to hear it again and again. He thought it was adorable. The more he listened to her, the more he found himself wanting to be closer, drawn to the scent of her lingering perfume, the warmth in her smile, and the flutter of her eyelashes when their gazes linger too long. Sometimes his mind would wander to her lips, feeling a deep desire and imagining a fantasy where he could just walk right up to her, place his hand on her chin, and tilt it upwards to draw her in for a kiss. It felt crazy how attracted he was to her. His stomach was always uneasy, his heartbeat fluttering, his hands clammy, nervous but exhilarated by all of it at the same time. I almost missed the train tonight, but the conductor said I was lucky, she uttered. That's funny. That's what he said to me too. Harry laughed and continued. But actually, I like taking the last train. No crowds. It's quiet. Come to think of it, I always take the last train home, he said, smiling at her. Well, I think we were lucky today, she said softly. She paused for a moment before adding, I meant what I said earlier about your drawing. They're very good. As she continued to compliment his drawings, she asked timidly if he would mind showing her more of his sketches. He hesitated, but then pulled the sketchbook from his backpack. Before passing it to her, he said, Please don't take it the wrong way. I just sketch to pass the time, and it's been a habit of mine since I was a kid. I noticed you earlier sitting there reading, and you looked so peaceful. It inspired me. He took a small breath, holding his sketchbook in his hands. Emily tilted her head and smiled. Were you spying on me? She joked. Are you saying you sketched me while I was reading? She asked, her eyes narrowing and her lips pursed. Harry seemed to blush. Okay, now you have to show me. By this point, they had been talking for a couple of hours, and she felt comfortable enough to joke with him. She was also curious and a little flattered that he had chosen to sketch her. He got up from his seat, his heart now beating fast, and decided that he wanted Emily to know he was interested in her. Testing her reciprocation, he stood up and moved towards her seat. "May I?" he asked politely, gesturing with his eyes to the seat beside her. Inside, Emily hesitated, but then smiled and said, "Yeah," scooting over to make room for him. As he settled in, Emily casually let her hair down, allowing it to cascade over her right shoulder, subtly hinting at her interest in him. She bit her bottom lip and nervously admired Harry's profile. Emily's eyes traced the lines of his face, noting the strong, defined jawline that added to his boyish charm. His slight stubble gave him a rugged appeal, but it was the softness in his eyes that truly captivated her. As he began opening his sketchbook and talking, his voice was like the gentle murmur during pillow talk, intimate and soothing. She found herself emotionally wanting to be even closer to him, feeling a growing connection with each word he spoke. Harry could smell the fragrance of her shampoo lingering gently in the air between them. He took a small gulp before presenting his sketches. As he flipped through each image, he explained what he had drawn and the elements that had inspired him. Occasionally, he would look into Emily's eyes, and the way her hair framed her face made her look even prettier. He also started to sense that she was interested in him too, as she would occasionally run her fingers through her hair and smile at him, her eyes meeting his and lingering for a moment on his lips. At one point, their hands brushed when he tried to turn the page of his sketchbook, and she reached out to point at something, inquiring about an element in the image. As their hands touched, Emily quickly apologized. "Sorry," she said, retracting her hand. "Don't worry about it," he replied gently. When Harry finally flipped to the sketch he had drawn of Emily, she leaned closer to examine the image, crossing her legs towards him and placing her hand between them. She asked softly, her voice almost a whisper, "What were you thinking when you drew this picture?" As she waited for his response, Emily couldn't help but notice Harry's effortless charm. His hair, often tousled in a way that seemed both accidental and perfect, framed his face with an endearing disarray. His soft, kind eyes always held a hint of curiosity, and his rare but genuine smile had a power to light up his entire face. Despite his good looks, Harry was humble and quiet, never drawing attention to himself. He favored comfortable, unassuming clothes, reflecting his practical nature. There was a quiet confidence in his demeanor, paired with a genuine kindness that made him all the more attractive. "I thought," she looked so peaceful and content, reading her book. The ambience of the train made the scene cozy and comforting. He paused for a moment, wondering if he should say more. Then, feeling a daring chance he should take, he continued, "And I thought how she doesn't seem to know how beautiful she is. And I wished I could know the color of her eyes." At that moment, the train pulled to a stop at a station. Emily seemed to realize their connection had grown deeper. But when she looked at Harry, she also noticed the station sign that marked her stop for the evening. Instead of responding to him, she frantically got up and said, "This is my stop." Harry, feeling a bit embarrassed by his last words, got up to let her gather her belongings. In his quick thinking, he tore the image from his sketchbook, wrote his name and phone number on the corner, and said, "Here, I want you to have this." The train pulled to a full stop. Emily took the paper from Harry's hand and said, "Thank you. It was really nice talking to you," as she took the sketch from his hands. Before the train doors opened, a man stood outside, holding an umbrella and waving at Emily with an excited smile on his face. She waved back at him and quickly put the paper into her duffel bag. "Goodbye," she said, stepping around Harry and walking out of the train carriage. "Bye," Harry said, watching her exit. The man took her bag, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, covered her with his umbrella, and kissed the side of her head as they walked away. Harry's heart sank at the revelation he had witnessed in the last moments of their departure. Smacking his hand on his forehead, then sinking his fingers into his hair and resting his elbows upon his knees as he recalled how he had written his name and number on the drawing. He felt a rush of embarrassment, but also confusion from all the small signs he thought he had been feeling during the several hours they had spent together. He had felt so connected to her, yet the fact remained true that she was a total stranger to him. Was any part of her even real, he thought? His eyes stared out of the rain-streaked window panes, and the gentle tapping of the rain on the train's carriage was comforting, but not enough to fill the hole he felt in his heart. It seemed so silly to be caught up in the moment, caught off guard, and believing in a fairy tale encounter. The remainder of the train ride to his sister's home was a blur, and so was his weekend visit at her home. His thoughts kept drifting to Emily. For weeks he replayed his encounter with Emily, over and over in his head. What did it all mean? Why had she toyed with his emotions? Had she done anything wrong? Clearly she was already seeing someone. Had he misread the signs? Often he concluded that he must have imagined it all, that she was just a friendly passenger on the train. But each time he convinced himself that he had gauged everything wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling he had for her, the connection he felt with her. The spark had to have been real. Life continued, each day feeling the same. Even after 6 months had passed since his last trip to see his sister in the countryside, Harry found himself scanning the passengers on the train, lustfully hoping he might see her again. But station after station, Emily wasn't there. After a busy weekend at his sister's, where he felt like the third wheel with her new boyfriend, Harry was glad to board the last train home. It seemed to him that everyone in his life was seeing someone. Finding comfort in his sketchbook, he began to sketch a portrait of Emily, or at least what he could vaguely remember of her. With the gentle rain pitter-pattering overhead and the rolling hills of the countryside passing by his window, he had a lot of time to think. He tried convincing himself that he needed to stop longing for a woman he was probably never going to see again. A woman who wasn't really available to him. It's not like she ever called him after their meeting. And why would she anyway? Harry sank into his seat, leaning his head against the window pane, watching the rain fall. He placed his sketchbook on his chest, crossed his arms, and drifted off to sleep, swayed by the soothing motions of the train. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. When Harry finally arrived at his station, it was still raining heavily. Only then did he realize he hadn't brought an umbrella with him. As the train doors opened and he stepped out, he felt a strong gust of wind. Distractedly stuffing his sketchbook back into his bag, he bumped into another passenger struggling to make their way onto the train, their umbrella colliding with him. They inadvertently let go of their umbrella, and it flew out of their hands. Harry quickly attempted to retrieve it. As it continued to blow away, he noticed they wanted to keep the train doors open, but hesitated to go after their umbrella. Harry managed to grab the umbrella a few feet away and turned back to give it to the person who had lost it. He could vaguely hear their footsteps as they attempted to chase after him and the umbrella. That's when their eyes met, and in shock, she uttered, "Harry?" She stood there, her hands above her head, desperately trying to shelter herself from the storm. In the background behind her, Harry could see the train doors closing and the train making its way to the next station. She stared at him in disbelief that they would meet again, and in that moment, it didn't seem to matter that she had missed the train. They looked at each other, now standing together under her umbrella that he had unknowingly passed back to her, the rain that had already fallen on him dripping down his face. "Emily?" he asked, his feelings stirring, happy to see her, but still understandably surprised and with a touch of slight annoyance in his voice. "It's great to see you," she said, finally breaking the silence. Harry was speechless and then uttered, "You just missed the last train," as he watched it chug away into the distance. "Right," Emily said, shaking her head as the realization dawned upon her. She too watched the train leave. Harry felt for her misfortune and slightly guilty for colliding into her. "I'm sorry for running into you," he began. No, I was in a rush and the umbrella caught the wind. It's not your fault," she replied. Harry thought for a moment to suggest he could hail her a cab or drive her home since his place was not too far from the station. But then, as he looked at her, he just blurted out, "Don't you have a boyfriend or someone who could come pick you up?" He quickly shifted his gaze as they both walked together out of the train station and neared the main city roads. Emily, at first, was thrown off by the bluntness of his question, but answered calmly and softly, No boyfriend. That ended a while ago," she replied, recalling how Harry had left his number on the drawing and how her ex-boyfriend had found it and ripped it to shreds. "Oh," he said, as he wondered why she had not called him, knowing he had left his phone number on the sketch. He quickly began to doubt their connection, his thoughts concluding that perhaps she was not interested in him. "Well, since you feel bad for making me miss the last train home, would you like to grab a drink or something to eat?" she asked with a cheekiness in her voice, testing the waters and feeling encouraged to reach out since he had asked so directly if she was single. They finally both looked at each other, and Harry chuckled a bit as he gazed into her beautiful eyes that seemed to sparkle in the moonlight. The rain created a soft, rhythmic backdrop, adding to the intimate ambience of the moment. He gently took the umbrella from her hands, their fingers brushing ever so slightly, lingering for a moment longer than necessary. "Yeah, I know a place we can go," he replied, his voice warm, a smile now gently spreading across his face. As they walked side by side, Harry felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. The streets were quiet, the city wrapped in the soft embrace of the night and the rain. He glanced at Emily, her damp hair clinging to her face, the street lights casting a gentle glow on her features. Emily's heart was racing. Here she was, walking beside Harry, the man she had been thinking about for months, torn between an unfulfilling relationship and the guilt of desiring a man she met unexpectedly on a train ride. She never thought she would see Harry again after breaking up with her boyfriend. Now sharing her umbrella with him, she was finally free to act on her feelings completely. She felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, her mind buzzing with what-ifs and possibilities. All she could do now was hold her breath, wondering what fate had in store for them both. Finally, they reached a quaint little cafe, its windows fogged up from the warmth inside. Harry held the door open for Emily, their eyes locking once more as she stepped inside. He felt a wave of gratitude for this unexpected turn of events, the rain now feeling like a blessing rather than a nuisance. As they settled into a cozy corner, the rain continued to tap against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm. Harry couldn't help but smile, realizing that the spark that they had felt on that rainy train ride through the countryside was genuine. Fate had brought them together again, completing the circle in a way he hadn't expected. As they shared stories and laughter, Harry felt a deep sense of contentment. In that moment, he knew that sometimes life's unexpected detours lead you exactly where you're meant to be. Once upon a second chance. There's something about a rainstorm after weeks of hot summer weather. A sigh of relief, really, a moment of respite from the heat. The clouds overhead and the rain remind me of October, making me feel a bit gloomy. When it rains in summer, you suddenly miss the sunshine. But as I walked through my small town with my black umbrella in my hand, it felt kind of nice, like a breath of fresh air. I had a couple of weeks left to enjoy the summer before I returned to teaching in September. I came back to my small town to see my parents and my brother, who had just had his first son. I was an aunt. Holding my nephew for the first time was a wonderful feeling. Today was one of those days when everyone else had something to do, errands to run, and I was content to wander around the town on my own for a few hours. Like the rain-soaked day in the middle of summer, it was a break from my summer vacation home and a bit of time to myself. I thought it would be the perfect day to catch up with Chloe, a close friend I had known since high school. Despite the distance, we had always managed to keep in touch and made it a point to meet for coffee whenever I came back to town. Just before Chloe arrived at our meeting spot, I noticed a bus shelter with a poster for an upcoming local theater production. The ad was for a Pride and Prejudice play, with the tagline, "Misjudged characters and second chances at true love." I had always adored the book and had been thinking about seeing it before I left town. Chloe interrupted my thoughts as she came waving from across the street, having just been dropped off by a car. She ran toward me, eager to escape the rain. "Hey, over here," she called. After a long hug, we began walking to our destination together. "I've got to take you to this new bookstore in town," Chloe said as we strolled under our shared umbrella. "We can browse the store and check out the cozy cafe on the second level. What do you think?" "Yeah, for sure, no worries. I love bookstores anyway," I replied. I really did love the feel of a book and printed text, something old-fashioned and a nice break from the cell phone. Chloe knew this about me, and it was one of the many reasons we got along so well. "And have I got a surprise for you?" She winked at me mischievously. "What is it?" I asked, slightly surprised. "I'll show you once we get there." As we made our way through the sea of umbrellas, the gentle pitter-patter on our umbrella accompanied our conversation. We finally arrived in front of a gorgeous bookstore, clearly a new addition to town, since I hadn't seen it the last time I had visited. Soft street lamps cast a gentle glow, their light reflecting off the wet pavement and mingling with the warmth from the bookstore. A tree by the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves whispering secrets of countless stories waiting within. As we stood there, momentarily entranced by the cozy, serene ambience, the world seemed to slow down, offering a perfect refuge from the rain. The tall building had 2 floors, radiating an antique allure with its deep, rich wood facade. It had sat neglected for years, an overlooked nook of Maple Lane, but now it had undergone a stunning transformation into a contemporary and delightful bookstore. At the front, expansive windows encased the warm, welcoming radiance of lights spilling onto the rain-soaked street. A variety of books filled the glass panels, forming an alluring exhibition that drew us indoors. Chloe ran to the doorway, which chimed gently as she held it open for me. I closed the rain-soaked umbrella and shook off the droplets before stepping inside. An umbrella bucket stood ready at the entrance, and I placed mine among a dozen other rain-drenched umbrellas. The bookstore was cozy, warmed by the inviting smells of wooden bookshelves lined with rows and rows of books. "What are we looking for?" I asked Chloe as we ventured further inside. The scent of a wood-burning fireplace mingled with the aroma of books, adding to the bookstore's charm as we slowly made our way through. The bookstore exuded a cozy charm, complete with well-labeled sections and comfy upholstered barrel accent chairs placed at the end of each aisle, basked in the warm glow of an arch floor lamp. This inviting arrangement tempted you to linger for hours as you perused the selection. Antique table lamps bathed the stacked books in a soft light, while spotlights and natural light from the long arched windows illuminated the space. Raindrops ran down the windows, and mellow jazz filled the air as the rain softly tapped on the roof. Upstairs, the faint sounds of clinking dishes and the inviting scent of freshly brewed coffee drifted through the air. And that's when I noticed him, helping a patron at the till of the bookstore. He was the embodiment of tall, dark, and handsome, wearing a light blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up his forearms, blue trousers, and a taupe suede belt and loafers. Chloe saw my gaze settle on the man I hadn't seen in forever. Could it really be him? My high school sweetheart. We had started dating senior year, went to prom together, and later split that summer when I got into NYU and he received a scholarship in Minnesota. We were both leaving this small town with big dreams, mine to pursue a career in education and his to follow his love of hockey. A flood of emotions coursed through my veins. "He's the owner," Chloe said, nudging me in the ribs as we headed up the banister to the cozy cafe upstairs for our routine coffee catch-up. I couldn't believe my eyes or my heart. I was speechless as Chloe led me up the flight of stairs, and we found a seat at one of the pedestal tables in the cafe above the bookstore. It was just as inviting upstairs as it was on the lower level, with faint jazz music playing in the background and the rain continuing to pour, forming small rivers down each window pane. "Are you going to say something?" Chloe asked. I could hear her talking, but all I could think about was the last time I saw my first love, or I guess what some would call the one that got away. We were teenagers in love, and though we never said it out loud, I knew I had fallen in love with him. The summer before we left for university was one of the best of my life. It's been 10 years. You'd think I'd seen a ghost or something. I never thought I'd see him again, let alone back here in our hometown, I said after several moments of silence. I heard from Samantha that the bookstore opened in January and thought maybe you want to check it out. It's become a pretty popular spot in town, Chloe said, filling me in on the details. He had gone to Minnesota and played a bit of professional hockey, but an injury forced him to leave that career behind. He then took a job as a longshoreman in Long Beach, California, and now he was back here. As Chloe spoke, occasional memories of the boy I had fallen in love with the summer before going to university flashed in my mind. The intense feelings of teenage love, and how much it hurt when we broke things off. Suddenly, Chloe stopped talking, her mouth dropping slightly open. I turned around, and there he was, approaching our table. "Anna?" he said as he walked towards us. "Is that really you?" His voice was much deeper than I remembered, but his smile was still the same, that familiar boy next door smile. In my shock, I stood up and extended my hand as if for a business handshake. Slightly taken aback, he smiled calmly and shook my hand. What does one do when meeting someone they hadn't spoken to in over a decade? Especially when that person had meant so much to me, even though I thought I had outgrown that chapter in my life. The breakup had left me miles away from him, with only my pillow for comfort. It seemed those old wounds were still there, buried deep inside where I hadn't looked in a long time. I thought I saw you go upstairs and couldn't believe it at first. But it really is you, he said. We both opened our mouths and asked simultaneously, "How are you?" And then we both chuckled, easing our nerves. "Why don't you join us?" Chloe interrupted, as a shade of pink flushed both my cheeks and his. "I couldn't," he began. "Actually, you know what? I just remembered I have to do something, and I need to run. Sorry, Anna, but I'll call you later," Chloe said, rising from her seat and gesturing for Eli to take it. I looked at Chloe, my eyes widening in surprise at her abrupt departure. She winked at me as she started to leave the cafe. What was happening? I thought to myself. Could this really be happening? Eli ran his hands through his tousled hair, seemingly waiting for me to offer him the seat at the table, as if to reassure him that I did want to catch up with him as well. "I mean, you must be busy. I heard you're the owner." I started, my voice trembling slightly from my nervousness. "I have a few minutes," he replied, his eyes softening as he looked at me. "You don't even have any coffee yet." He seemed a bit nervous as he sat down, then immediately stood back up. "How do you take your coffee? 2 creams and 2 sugars? He asked, his voice gentle. "It's on the house," he added with a charming wink. Before I could reply, he left the table and moved behind the barista counter to prepare our drinks. As he worked, he glanced over at me occasionally, our eyes meeting in a series of electric moments that sent warmth rushing to my cheeks. His smile, subtle and inviting, hinted at a familiarity that made my heart flutter. He turned back to the task at hand, but the connection lingered in the air between us. I couldn't believe he still recognized me. 10 years can really do a number on some people. But he was even dreamier than I had remembered. Upon closer observation, it appeared he may have broken his nose a few times, probably from his hockey days, but that only added to his rugged appeal. He sported a sexy stubble that emphasized his jawline, and his lips were the color of ripe strawberries in the middle of summer. His hair was thick, tousled and dark, almost black-brown. The way he styled it now matched an adventurous but sophisticated man. My heart began racing as my eyes traced his facial profile. I couldn't believe I still felt butterflies for a man I hadn't seen in over a decade. Had I been harboring feelings that I had repressed? I had dated several men over the years, but Eli always held that special place as my first love. I wondered what he could be thinking now. He had recognized me and felt inclined to approach me, and now we were having coffee together. And he owned this bookstore/cafe. I could almost hear my heart beating as I waited for him to come back, my stomach churning like a mini roller coaster, not knowing what we would talk about, or if I could even collect myself for a proper conversation. Eli approached the table with 2 cups of coffee and a smile on his face. I smiled back, but I couldn't hold his gaze for long. His blue-gray eyes were too overwhelming. He gently placed the cups on the table and offered me one with a beautiful heart-shaped design in the cream. "Thank you," I whispered. He sat down with his black coffee and was about to speak when I interrupted, trying to control my nerves. But as I opened my mouth, it suddenly felt dry, and all I could manage was a small smile. Inside, I felt a rush of panic. What was happening to me? "It's really good to see you," he said, meeting my gaze. For a moment, our eyes lingered in absolute silence, and even the noise of the rain outside and the buzz of the cafe seemed to be lost in that moment. "Yeah, I didn't know you had come back to town, let alone open this great bookshop and cafe. It all looks really good, and business seems to be going really well," I said, rushing through my words, but happy that I was keeping my composure and being coherent. "Yeah, I didn't expect to find myself back here either," he said. "Life has a funny way of taking you places." He took a sip of his coffee, and my thoughts wandered to the softness of his lips touching the rim of his cup. I swallowed hard, my mind drifting back to the last time we met. I had run out of the airport doors in the rain to give him one final kiss before heading to New York City. We tried the long-distance relationship for a few months, but it ended up with just a few text messages. We wished each other well, but I remember crying my heart out for weeks. After that, we lost touch, except for a brief Merry Christmas text 2 years later. That short exchange of emojis was the last time we ever reached out to each other. "So, tell me what you've been up to all these years," I said, forcing a smile as I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I pursed my lips and tried to hold back the emotion. He briefly recounted what Chloe had mentioned earlier, which matched the grapevine of conversations. He had played semi-professional hockey after college, but a severe knee injury had cut his career short. This led him to California, where he worked as a longshoreman. After a few years, he returned home following his grandfather's death, and now he was running Clark's bookstore and cafe. As I listened, I found myself drawn to his voice and the overall attractiveness of his persona, nervously biting my lips as he spoke. "I heard you teach in New York City," he said, glancing into my eyes with interest. "Yes, I got a job teaching there and almost got married. I'm just here for the summer break before I need to go back." Why did I mention that I almost got married? I wondered as he asked. "Almost got married?" "Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work out. It was like a few years ago." Yeah, I shrugged. It was as if a part of me wanted him to know that I was single. "That's funny," he said, but from the look on his face, it was clear he hadn't meant it to react that way. "I mean, it's not funny that you almost got married. It's just funny that I was in a similar situation a while back too," he added with a nervous chuckle. So Chloe had heard correctly, I noted to myself. "What's New York like?" he asked. "I went there one Christmas for a brief vacation, but I didn't stay long," he said. At that moment, I wondered if that was why he had messaged me that year during Christmas. Had he come to New York to see me? I quickly pieced together the information in my mind. "Oh," I said casually, tapping my finger to my lips as I contemplated what to say next. Yeah, it's great. I love New York. I began to briefly describe my life in New York City and how much I enjoyed teaching at the school where I worked. However, every time our eyes met, I seemed to lose focus on my own words and stories. Eli just looked at me and smiled, listening intently with no judgment, and very few questions as I rambled on. You still do that thing with your finger when you're thinking, he said suddenly. Pardon me? I asked. It's just something I remember about you, he explained. You tap your mouth when you're thinking. It's cute. Our eyes met for a moment longer before I brushed off the moment with a smile, feeling my cheeks flush pink as I took another sip of my coffee and averted my gaze. It wasn't until one of his employees interrupted us, saying he needed to check something on the register downstairs in the bookstore, that our conversation came to an end. Before standing up to leave, Eli told his employee he'd be there in a minute. It really was good to see you, Eli said, looking into my eyes. He paused for a moment, glanced down at the floor as if gathering his thoughts, and then asked, I don't know if you'd be interested, but I hold a book club here every Thursday night at 7 p.m. He scratched the back of his neck, waiting for my response. This Thursday? I asked, pulling out my cell phone to check my calendar. I already knew I didn't have any plans, but I didn't want to make it look too obvious. Glancing at my blank calendar, I replied, Sure, that sounds fun. Eli's face lit up. He bit his lip, then broke into a smile. Great, I'll see you then, he said, waving goodbye as he headed back down the stairs to the lower level. Taking a deep breath in, I gathered my hair into a ponytail and bunched it on top of my head, suddenly feeling the weight of what had just happened. Tilting my head back, I reflected on the day's events, feeling a surge of excitement and joy that I hadn't experienced in years. As I enjoyed my coffee, the gentle rhythm of the rain outside accompanied me while I watched the heart-shaped design slowly dissolve. My thoughts then drifted to Eli, imagining him returning to my table, sweeping me away like a scene from a romantic film, and declaring his undenying love for me after all this time. The daydream made me chuckle softly as I savored the last sip of my coffee. I then headed back down to the lower level, hoping for one final glimpse of him before I left. I walked through the aisles of bookshelves as I made my way out of the bookstore, but unfortunately I didn't run into Eli as I left. Opening the front door, I took a moment with my palms raised to the sky, feeling the rain fall. As I turned around thinking I could quickly grab the umbrella I had left inside, I realized there was no umbrella. Chloe must have taken it when she had left earlier. Debating what to do at the doorway of the bookstore, I wondered if my cotton hoodie would be enough to walk home in. Just then Eli approached the entrance. Hey, you're still here, he asked casually. Are you waiting for a ride? Oh no, it's just that Chloe took my umbrella when she left, I shrugged. We both glanced out at the storefront windows and the glass doorway, observing the downpour outside. Ah, I see, he said. You can take mine. It'll be like insurance, so that you'll remember to come this Thursday and return it to me, he added with a wink. Just give me a second. I've got to go to the back room and get it, he said before heading off momentarily to fetch it. To my surprise, he returned wearing a blue raincoat and holding a dark blue umbrella. "Can I walk you home?" he asked, surprised by his gesture and internally shouting yes 100 times. I said, "Oh no, you don't have to. I can't ask you to do that." "Okay," he chuckled. "Then you don't have to ask. It's settled." He laughed. "I like a walk anyway. It gives me an excuse to take a break." He winked as he stepped around me and opened the front door, triggering the wind chime hanging on the doorway. "After you," he said, holding the door open for me to step outside. He quickly opened the umbrella and placed it over my head as we both began to walk down the street. The gentle pitter-patter of the rain on the umbrella created a soothing symphony that accompanied our casual conversation as we strolled side by side. Our shoulders occasionally brushed, and I could now savor the subtle, intoxicating scent of his cologne. He smelled so good, making me want to be even closer to him. As we walked, the late afternoon light cast a warm glow around us, and soon we were reminiscing about the past. We laughed over old friends we hadn't seen in years, and relived the charming quirks and funny moments that once defined our time together. Each shared memory felt like a bridge to a cherished time, and the closeness between us made the walk feel like a beautiful, nostalgic adventure. As we continued our leisurely stroll, we passed the ice cream shop where we shared our first date. I wondered if he remembered, and it didn't take long for him to bring it up. "Do you remember this place?" he asked, his voice warm with nostalgia. "Of course," I replied with a smile. Our first date. A vivid memory unfurled before me. Us sitting at one of those tables relishing our single scoops of ice cream. I recalled noticing a smudge of ice cream on the side of his lips and gently wiping it away with my thumb. A simple touch that led to our unforgettable first kiss. And, if I recall, our first kiss, Eli murmured softly, almost as if speaking to himself. I heard him and chose to remain silent, only letting a tender smile spread across my face as I gazed out across the street. What were we doing? Where was this moment leading? Was he feeling the same flutter of emotions that I was? Or was I lost in my own daydreams, imagining a rekindled romance? The thought made my heart race as I walked beside him, savoring the closeness we once shared and hoping it might be rekindled. As we continued walking, the conversation shifted, and it felt like he was still the same guy from an old chapter in my life, yet somehow different. We had both grown, and despite the time that had separated us, the connection lingered as if it were yesterday. I could sense moments that felt remarkably close to the past, yet there was a refreshing newness to the present. It was as if time had stood still, and although we had both changed, I still yearned to be close to him again. His boyish charms had evolved into a more masculine and confident presence, one that seemed to sweep me away with the sound of his voice. The subtle eye contact and the closeness of our shared umbrella made the moment feel intimate and charged, enhancing the connection between us. He carried himself with a newfound maturity, more attentive and subtly flirtatious, yet smoothly keeping his ego in check. Despite the years that had passed, he remained thoughtful and caring, and now with a touch of wisdom in his voice. As we approached an intersection, engrossed in our conversation, I took an extra step closer to the curb, just as a car made a right turn. Eli's hand gently touched mine, guiding me back from the edge. The warmth of his hand against the cool, rainy air sent a thrill through me. He glanced over with a protective yet reassuring look, making sure it was safe before we continued crossing. He still had those charming dimples I had adored from the start, but now they were accompanied by lines of experience around his eyes and a stubbly jawline that marked the passage of time. He had grown slightly taller, his shoulders broader, and his physique more defined, a testament to how he had matured since we were 18. He had also become the perfect gentleman, walking me all the way to my parents' house and handing me the umbrella with a playful reminder to return it this Thursday night. He moved with a newfound confidence, his words and gestures reflecting a smooth charm honed by experience. I marveled at his poise and couldn't help but think he was a bit reckless for braving the rain to walk back. Yet, with a casual flick, he revealed another small umbrella from his back pocket, assuring me he was well prepared. "Thank you for walking me home, Eli. I've missed you," I said, the words slipping out before I fully realized their weight. My cheeks flushed as I saw the depth of meaning in those simple words. "Me too," he replied, his gaze locking with mine. The unsaid feelings hung palpably in the air, our breaths mingling in the misty rain. "See you on Thursday," he said with a smile, opening his umbrella and giving a final wave before he headed back to the bookstore. I watched him disappear down the street as I closed the front door, a smile spreading across my face. Despite the relentless downpour, I felt as though sunshine was radiating all around me. Thursday night at 7 p.m. Another rainy day enveloped the town as I stepped into Clark's bookshop and cafe. That evening, during the book club meeting, I learned about the profound reason behind Eli's bookstore. He had honored his grandfather's last wish by using the inheritance to open a bookstore under the family name, a dream his grandfather had cherished. Eli recounted how his grandfather had always maintained a library at home, where they would spend countless hours immersed in books. His grandfather had often joked about opening a bookstore one day, and his will made that dream a reality. He had purchased the building and left it to Eli to fulfill one of his bucket list items. Although hockey had once been central to Eli's life, a career-ending injury led him to discover new passions. Embracing the opportunity to fulfill his grandfather's dream, Eli found fulfillment in running the flourishing bookstore. This sense of purpose and connection to his past drew him back to our small town. He often remembered his grandfather's wise words. "When life offers you a second chance, you ought to take it." Living out his grandfather's dream was Eli's own second chance. Even though one door had closed for him, another had opened, allowing him to honor his grandfather's values and wishes while forging a new path for himself. He always saw the light, you know. He used to say that life is like a book. If you don't like the chapter you're in, there's always the next one to look forward to, Eli said, laughing as he reminisced. Every time he'd finish reading a story to me, he'd remind me of that. He was like my second dad, Eli added, looking at me and finding comfort in sharing his thoughts. I found his dedication to fulfilling his grandfather's wishes endearing and noble. It seemed to deepen my feelings for him and highlight how much he had grown over the past 10 years without me. Earlier, during the book club meeting, I had noticed the admiring glances and subtle swoons of other women as they sought Eli's attention. It stirred a mix of pride and possessiveness within me. Pride at how others saw the man I had always admired, and possessiveness that made me value even more the connection we were rediscovering. As the rain poured and streamed down the arch window panes, casting a soft glow from the lantern light outside, the bookstore was bathed in a warm, intimate light. With all the employees gone, it was just the two of us. We settled by the fireplace at the back of the store, enjoying Chinese takeout and losing ourselves in conversation for hours. At one point, he gently brushed my hair away from my face as I ate noodles from the box, ensuring that my hair stayed clear of my food. In turn, I reached out to wipe a smudge from the corner of his mouth, taking the chance to express my growing attraction and affection. My heart felt that the connection between us was deepening, and every gesture seemed to confirm it. Eli made us another cup of coffee as we settled by the fireplace, diving into conversations about the book club and revealing the details of our lives over the past decade. We shared personal stories, laughed about our past misadventures, and savored the ease of our connection, each moment strengthening our bond. The gentle jazz music playing in the bookstore wove seamlessly into our evening, creating a romantic backdrop for our conversation. Caught up in the enchantment of the moment, Eli suddenly asked if I'd share a dance with him. My heart fluttered at the unexpected invitation. I nodded, feeling a rush of warmth and anticipation. As we stood on the rug in front of the fireplace, Eli drew me close, our hands clasped on one side, while his other hand rested tenderly on my back, and I placed my free hand on his shoulder. We swayed together in perfect harmony to the soft strains of music, the flickering light of the fireplace casting a warm glow around us. The intimacy of the dance, combined with our rhythmic embrace, made the moment feel timeless and deeply romantic as our cheeks brushed gently against each other. Being so close to him, with his scent lingering with every breath I took, I could feel myself yearning for more. I wanted his hands to do more than just hold me while we danced. I gripped his shoulder slightly tighter, resisting my own temptation to pull him in for a kiss. For a while, we tried to continue with small talk, but gradually we found ourselves gazing at each other, the glow of the fireplace highlighting our features. Eli then broke the silence, saying, "I wish we had tried harder to keep in touch back then." I took a deep breath, gazing into the warmth of his eyes as we stood in front of the fireplace. With a sigh, I replied, "It would have been hard. So much has happened, and we wouldn't be who we are today without those experiences. I don't blame us. We were young and had dreams we wanted to chase in different directions," I said, trying to be rational, though my heart was pounding in my chest and I felt a deep yearning to kiss him. Eli shifted his gaze to meet mine, and I felt like he was reading my thoughts, causing me to look away and stare blankly into the fireplace. "I'm not sure if these last couple of days have been anything like they have been for me," he began. "I know we were young and in love," he continued, pausing as he gently turned my face toward him with his hand on my cheek. He inched closer, his thumb tracing the outline of my lips. My stomach flipped, and my nerves surged from the realization that he had been feeling the same emotions I had. It was as if our young love from years ago was rekindling right before our eyes. This time, I inched closer, rubbing my cheek against his and feeling the stubble along his jawline and his breath against my ear. I nudged his cheek, closed my eyes, and let our noses touch, encouraging him to take the chance. My breath grew shallow as my lips slowly drew closer to his. The romantic tension between us charged the air with an electric presence. As I leaned in, I felt his hand move to the back of my head, while his other hand gently wrapped around the small of my back. With both our eyes closed, we finally kissed. I felt the tension leave my body and melt into his arms, relishing his touch as I ran my hands through his tousled brown hair, pulling him closer to me. I savored the sensation of his breath against mine and the taste of his lips, feeling his stubble on my soft cheeks. As I drew him even closer, he began kissing my neck. His hands traced along my back, slowly climbing up my rib cage and inching closer to my chest. In the next moment, my hands were on his chest beneath his shirt, feeling the ripples of his abs and the smoothness of his pectorals. The next moment, we found ourselves on the carpet by the hearth, our shirts removed as we continued to undress each other. He grabbed pillows from the nearby sofa and placed them under my back. We gave in completely to our deepest desires, rekindling the passion that had burned so brightly years ago. He whispered into my ear, telling me how beautiful I still was and how much he had wanted me. I nibbled his earlobe and whispered back, expressing how much I wanted him too. With the rain pouring relentlessly outside and the warmth and glow of the hearth surrounding us, it became the most enchanting and intimate moments I had ever experienced. We cuddled together by the hearth afterward, my head resting on his bare chest as I softly kissed him. His fingers gently combed through my hair. "Anna," he said, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "It might sound crazy, but do you think we could give this another try? I know you still have your job in New York, but I'm willing to make long distance work. He paused, searching my face for an answer. I lifted my head to meet his gaze, a tender smile forming on my lips. I think it's worth a second shot, I said, emphasizing second, with a meaningful pause, feeling like fate was pulling the strings and a second chance at us being together. We were inseparable over the next few weeks before I had to return to New York to teach. To both our surprise, despite the distance and flying back and forth to see each other, we were making it work. Now, 3 years had passed, and it was my turn to return home for Thanksgiving weekend. On another rainy night, I drove to the bookstore to meet Eli as he was closing up. I entered the shop as he was just beginning to close the till and say goodnight to the last of his staff. Seeing me by the door, he ran toward me, spinning me into a big hug. We kissed affectionately, savoring the reunion after our last visit. As our lips parted, he looked into my eyes and said, I know I say this every time, but I've missed you so much." I smiled, gazing into his eyes, and kissed him deeply. "Let's go back to your place," I suggested. "Just a second," he replied, taking my hand and leading me toward the hearth at the end of the bookstore. "I want to give you something before we go." The fireplace cast a warm glow as Eli gestured for me to sit on the sofa in front of it and left me for a moment. When he returned, he held a book with a smile. "It's one of your favorites," he said, sitting down beside me and presenting a beautifully crafted copy of Pride and Prejudice. The emerald green cover displayed a stunning blend of golden foil and intricate floral designs, with vines and roses elegantly framing the title. The edges of the pages were gilded with a refined gold finish. A golden ribbon, slightly pulled upwards from beneath the cover, had a small arrow drawn by Eli, inviting me to pull it and reveal what lay inside. As I tugged on the golden ribbon and opened the book, I found a neatly folded origami heart attached to the end of the string. Eli's voice dropped to a whisper as he said, "Open it." I gently unfolded the paper heart and discovered a delicate white gold ring with a 1-carat princess cut diamond tied to the ribbon. Written on the heart in Eli's handwriting were the words, "Anna, will you marry me?" I gasped at the sight of the ring, and now my direction fell to Eli as he prepared to go on one knee, his hand trembling slightly as he carefully untied the ribbon from the diamond ring. His voice was shaky, but it sounded rehearsed, like he'd said it 1,000 times in preparation for this moment. "Anna, I can't express how grateful I am to have been given a second chance with you. You were my first love, and now, with all my heart, I'm asking if you'll be my forever love." His eyes, filled with sincerity and hope, searched mine as he waited for my response. Tears welled up in my eyes, and as I nodded, I closed the book and laid it on my lap. I extended my left hand, resting it on the book's cover, and he gently slipped the ring onto my finger. Leaning in, I whispered into his ear, 1,000 times, yes. Baked with love. The view from inside the bakery is cozy and warm. Outside, citygoers parade past the floor-to-ceiling window at the front of Liam's bakery, their umbrellas dotting the gray morning, a sea of black marking the march of corporate workers heading into the heart of the city. Here and there, a crimson red, a muted royal blue, or a bright yellow breaks through, carried by those hoping to shake free from the monotony of their structured lives. Raindrops tap gently against the glass, casting a soft blur on the bustling street, as if the world outside is somehow separate from the warmth Liam has built inside. It's where patrons come searching for a small escape, a moment of quiet happiness, where the smell of freshly baked bread drifts into the city like an invisible current, pulling them in one by one for their morning pastries or mid-afternoon tea delights. Inside, Liam's bakery glows with a golden warmth, like the soft embrace of candlelight on a rainy evening. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed in weathered wood let the gentle shimmer of string lights reflect off misty glass, casting a dreamy glow across the room. The walls, a mix of rustic brick and wooden slats, are lined with shelves brimming with crusty loaves, braided breads, and golden croissants. It's the kind of place where time slows down, a quiet refuge where the scent of cinnamon and rising dough mingles with the sound of rain tapping softly outside. Tucked near the windows, cozy seating beckons, cushioned benches, bent wood chairs, and small round tables. A couple of patrons linger by the windows, sipping from ceramic mugs as golden bulbs twinkle above them like stars. The sign above the entrance reads, "The Morning Table," is written in soft cursive above the entrance, with the tagline beneath it, "Cakes, pastries, and comfort." In this cozy corner of the city, Liam's bakery has become just that for many of his patrons, a true morning table where the warmth of fresh baked goods offers a quiet sense of calm, like breakfast on a slow Sunday morning. Today he was preparing something special for someone who, admittedly, had become something truly special in his life. Emma, or as he'd always called her, Em. Through a short archway framed by exposed brick and warm wooden trim lay Liam's sacred space. On most days, sunlight streamed through the upper windows, casting golden rays that sliced through the air and lit up the drifting flour dust like morning mist. But today, it was the soft patter of rain against the glass that filled the silence. The storm stirred memories in Liam's mind, moments with Emma he had always taken for granted, now glowing with a new meaning. He remembered the first day they met, his last year of high school, a new kid trying to find his place. Emma was the first person who didn't just nod politely, but really saw him. For a little while, he'd had a bit of a crush on her. Nothing serious, just something that faded before it ever turned into anything. They ended up becoming really good friends, supporting each other over awkward odd jobs to help pay for college, swapping late night texts when life felt overwhelming. There were afternoons when Emma would bring him coffee during long study sessions, the steam warming their hands and breaking the silence. Liam missed now how she bit her bottom lip when she was really into a book, that small, unconscious gesture that revealed her whole world. When his brother got sick and was hospitalized, Emma was there. Not just visiting, but sitting quietly by his side when he needed someone to lean on. She held him steady through those hardest days, her presence a soft anchor when everything else felt like it was unraveling. And the little things, how she'd carefully pick out thoughtful gifts, not just for him, but for his mom or the new girlfriend he was trying to figure out. How she'd drop by the bakery in the early mornings, sitting quietly at the table while he worked, waiting patiently for a moment to chat or share a laugh. The evenings they spent walking through the park, sitting side by side on the bench, talking about everything and nothing, their laughter mixing with the soft rustling of leaves. When she told him she was taking the journalism job in Chicago, he smiled and said he was happy for her. But inside a hollow ache grew. The thought of not having her nearby, no more late night talks, no more shared coffees, no more quiet moments, made him realize how much of his life was wrapped up in her. He thought back to the times she was with someone else. He told himself it was just being a good friend, feeling protective. But now he saw it clearly. Those moments of jealousy when she smiled at another, the way his chest tightened, the subtle ache when laughter that wasn't his filled the room. He hadn't just wanted her to be happy. He wanted her. Now, as the rain blurred the world beyond the windows, his thoughts mirrored the storm, clouded, heavy, and full of what-ifs. As he worked on Emma's cake, a London fog with Earl Grey buttercream, it was her favorite. Delicate strokes of lavender petals swept up the side like brush strokes on a canvas, each one painted by hand. Wisps of real lavender nestled alongside soft white roses, their blooms unfolding as gently as the feeling he hadn't yet dared speak aloud. A crown of pale florals and carefully placed macarons rested on top, almost too pretty to disturb. He added fine touches of gold leaf, letting it catch the light, an echo of how Emma had quietly brightened his world. He didn't rush. He couldn't. This cake wasn't just any birthday cake. It was a love letter in layers, each one whispering what he still couldn't bring himself to say. Liam was the kind of man who rarely said everything he felt. His words were measured, careful, often trailing off into pauses that hinted at so much more beneath the surface. But in the quiet hum of early mornings, as the scent of vanilla and cinnamon drifted from the oven, Liam spoke in layers through his cakes, his pastries, and the tender precision of each delicate glaze or dusting of sugar. A man of few words, but one who said everything through his craft. With rugged good looks that made people glance twice, steel blue eyes that held the calm of winter skies, a strong jaw framed by a neatly kept beard, and tousled dark hair that never quite behaved. Liam carried himself with an easy, understated charm. There was a quiet strength in the way he moved, like someone who never needed to raise his voice to be heard. His usual black t-shirt clung to broad shoulders and hinted at someone who cared about discipline, but who poured it all into the rhythm of baking rather than words. Though his hands were now meant for kneading dough and whisking batters, Liam's mind had once been shaped by numbers and logic, a finance degree tucked quietly into his past, like a pressed flower in a forgotten book. He had planned his life like a recipe, smart, safe, well measured, but nothing could have prepared him for Emma. The girl who once borrowed flour from his mother's kitchen had grown into a woman with stars in her eyes and a suitcase bound for the city. And Liam? He had watched her go, with a smile that never quite reached his eyes, holding on to the quiet ache of everything he hadn't said. Because sometimes the boy next door doesn't realize he's in love until she's already gone. She had taken a leap, not toward him, but toward a future she hadn't fully pictured. She left behind the comfort of familiar bakery windows and the city that had shaped her, chasing a career that demanded courage she hadn't known she possessed. Still, Liam stayed with her, in quiet moments, in the spaces between her days, like the final line of a poem she could never quite write. They stayed in touch, remained close, but she always held something back, wondering if he'd ever look at her and see all the things she never found the words to say. Now Emma had landed a position at a major news station in another state, the kind of opportunity that doesn't come around twice. It was a contract role, 2 years, offering stability, prestige, and the kind of challenge she'd quietly dreamed of. Known for her thoughtful reporting style and the emotional depth she brought to every story, she caught the attention of a senior producer who believed she had something rare, empathy wrapped in eloquence. Though the job offered a bigger stage, it also meant leaving behind the familiar, including Liam. Signing that contract wasn't easy, but Emma knew she couldn't keep orbiting a life that made her feel stuck. She needed to find her voice, and this job offered her the space and distance to finally use it. Emma's the kind of person who doesn't need to announce herself, yet somehow fills the room like a favorite song you didn't realize you'd been missing. Her dark chocolate hair falls in soft, effortless waves, brushing her shoulders in a way that feels like the quiet comfort on a Sunday morning. Warm, calm, and familiar. Framed by tortoiseshell glasses, her sea glass green eyes seem to hold entire stories in a single glance. Curious, kind, and quietly brilliant. There's a softness to her smile, one that stretches just a little more when she talks about the things that make her heart settle. dusty libraries, rainy windows, and jasmine tea steeped just right. She's naturally warm, the kind of person who listens like it's her superpower, who makes others feel seen without needing to say much at all. And yet, for all her tenderness, she's reserved, shy in a way that makes her feel almost untouched by the world, like she's saving pieces of herself for someone who might really understand. She'd been in love with Liam, the boy next door, for as long as she could remember. It was one of those quiet, slow-burning things that never needed announcing, always there, tucked between casual glances across the yard, shared rides to school, inside jokes only they understood, and the way he always made her feel seen, even if not quite in the way she wanted. He loved her too, just not in the way he ever fully understood or admitted to himself. Their friendship was easy, safe, so he never pushed, never asked what it could be, maybe because she never gave him a reason to. She just stayed steady, close, always there, and he grew to rely on that closeness without ever questioning what it really meant. So while she kept her heart quiet, he kept pretending not to feel the thing that had been right in front of him all along, until she left. Now, outside the morning table, rain fell in a soft, steady rhythm, tapping against the bakery windows like a lullaby. Inside, Liam piped the final delicate flour onto the cake, the scent of vanilla and warm sugar wrapping around him like a blanket. The bell above the door jingled, and in came his mother, her umbrella dripping gently in the corner. "Wow," she said, brushing rain from her shoulders. "That one is gorgeous, honey." She tilted her head, squinting knowingly. "Let me guess. Someone's back in town." She smiled. "That cake's even better than the one you made me for Mother's Day. If that's for Em, she's going to love it. I hope it's not for Cassidy. I never liked that woman." "Mom," Liam said with a quiet groan, giving her a look. She laughed, then reached out and gently wiped a bit of flour from his cheek. All right, Mom's the word. I just know it's been hard since Em left." Wanting to change the subject, Liam asked, "Are you here for those pastries?" "Yes, off to your dad's Rotary Club," she said, picking up the brown paper bag. "I tucked a little box for Miss Everly, too," Liam added. "Oh, she'll love that, sweetheart." She paused at the door, listening for a moment to the soft hush of the rain. "Well, good to see you, honey, and good luck with Em tonight." With a knowing wink and a gentle wave, she stepped out into the drizzle, her umbrella blooming like a quiet flower against the gray. As the bell above the bakery door jingled behind his mother, Liam closed the cake box with quiet care, brushing a few stray crumbs from the edge as if tidying could calm the storm within him. Could his mother be right? Maybe it really was as simple as telling Em how he felt. And maybe, just maybe, she might feel the same. But it felt like the moment had already slipped too far away. She'd signed a 2-year contract in another state, and now he wanted to speak his heart. Even to himself, it sounded like too little, too late. Meanwhile, Emma sat quietly as the final hour of her flight ticked by. 6 months. It had been 6 months since she'd last seen Liam. And yet here she was, stomach flipping like it always did when she thought of him. They'd been friends for years, and even after she finally stopped putting her life on hold, she still hadn't found the courage to tell him how she felt. There was always someone else, Ashley, Jessica, and then Cassidy. That one had been the last straw. It was almost as if Cassidy had the sixth sense that Emma was secretly in love with Liam. She always made it extra clear that Liam was with her, holding her hand, kissing her lips, touching her hair, his hand on her waist. Why was she always just the dorky smart friend? Good enough to laugh with, to lean on, but never the one someone fell in love with. At least, not with Liam. But the butterflies never left. Neither did the way her heart responded to the smallest things, his quiet glances, the warmth of his voice when they were alone, the accidental touches that always felt like more, even if they never were. So she left. She took the job, left her hometown, and left Liam. Because staying had started to hurt more than leaving ever could. Emma sat quietly, her thoughts drifting between old memories and the quiet space that had grown between them. After she moved, the calls and texts had naturally faded. She always told herself she was too busy with work. But the truth was, avoiding Liam was easier than pretending she was over him. Letting go of him had become something she had to do, even if he never realized she was doing it. This trip home was supposed to be quick. A few days with family, nothing more. But then Liam found out she was coming home for a brief visit. Thanks to the usual grapevine, their moms were still close, after all. And now, somehow, she'd agreed to drop by the bakery tonight, just before closing. For a coffee, she told herself. Just a coffee. But her heart wasn't buying it. Rain clung to Emma's coat and soaked the hem of her jeans as she made her way down the quiet street. The city glistened under the street lights, every drop on the pavement echoing the rhythm of her anxious heart. She paused for a moment outside the bakery, its windows glowing softly against the night. Inside, the warm hum of life continued. Murmured conversations, clinking teacups, and the rich scent of sugar and spice that wrapped around her like a memory. She pushed open the door. A bell chimed gently above her, and the warmth rushed over her skin, chasing away the chill. A few late-night patrons lingered, nestled at corner tables with slices of cake and steaming mugs of tea, lost in quiet chatter. The place felt unchanged, calm, familiar, like slipping into an old sweater. Behind the counter, Liam was wiping down the surface, preparing to close. He hadn't noticed her at first, but then he looked up. Their eyes met. Emma's breath hitched. She looked away quickly, forcing herself to recover. She gave him a small wave, the kind you give an old friend, and added the practiced smile she had used so many times before. But inside, her heart stuttered. Her hands felt clammy, and something tight pulled in her chest. He looked even better than she remembered. broad-shouldered, warm-eyed, with that smile that had always unraveled her. She longed to run into his arms, bury her face into his neck, and breathe in the scent of him. She wanted what she had always silently craved: to kiss him, to hold him, to do all the things friends never could. But instead, there were polite smiles, a stiff hug, and unspoken truths that evaporated into the air between them. Liam wrapped his arms around her briefly, a familiar hold that felt too short and too careful. But before pulling back, he leaned in just enough to whisper near her ear, "I've missed you." Emma's eyes closed for a split second. His words sank deep, softening her from the inside out. "It's so good to see you, Em. Can you just give me a minute? I just gotta finish closing up," Liam asked. "Of course, yeah. I've missed you too," she said awkwardly, struggling with her own truths seeping out of her mouth so quickly. "I'll just go over and have a seat over there. My favorite spot," she said, pointing to the table right beside the long windows that looked out into the city streets. Emma sat there, thinking of how to organize the conversation once he would sit down with her, not noticing how Liam occasionally looked in her direction, realizing more and more how much he missed Emma. Why did he take so long to realize that it was her all along? He quickly steeped her favorite warm drink, an Earl Grey London fog. At least he hoped it was still her favorite drink as he brewed it, secretly stealing glances at her. She looked so beautiful, her face lit by the golden street lamps just outside the bakery windows. He watched her with admiration, an ache in his heart, and an unfamiliar flutter in his stomach. He carefully brewed the cup of warm tea and carried it over to her. "Hope this is still your favorite too," he said with a wink as their eyes met. As he placed the mug onto the table, he reached behind his neck, awkwardly scratching it. He wasn't used to being the one to feel nervous around a woman, especially Em. This felt new to him too. Emma looked at Liam, her beautiful smile reflecting in her emerald green eyes. "You know me too well," she said. "Yep, still my favorite." As she said those words, she really meant them about Liam. Liam's half smile and the way his eyes sparkled when he looked at her, it always made her melt. And when he winked, she felt herself slipping right back into that old familiar crush, the one that never really went away. "I'll be right back," he said. Liam spent a few moments going around the tables to ensure his patrons' bills were paid and the tables were cleaned as they exited the bakery. Emma watched one by one as the couples and a man who had been working on his laptop in the corner and FaceTiming what looked like someone he was in a long-distance relationship with, all slowly filed out of the bakery and unfurled their umbrellas as they headed home for the night. Now, it was just Liam and Emma, alone. Liam called out to her from across the bakery after locking the door and flipping the open sign to closed. As he moved about cleaning, he asked Emma how she'd been. It was the usual small talk at first, studio updates, her journal writing, but then came the shift. The awkward pause. Emma admitted she'd met someone. The words caught Liam off guard. He'd been reaching for the final touch to her birthday cake, a delicate piece of chocolate he planned to place carefully on top. In his other hand, he held the small card he'd written earlier, the one where he finally told her how he felt. He'd imagined it all, the surprise, the cake, the candlelit moment of truth. Romantic, honest, and timed just right. But the mention of a guy and the fact that she'd said that they'd been seeing each other for a couple of months knocked the wind out of him. He hesitated, frozen in place for a beat too long, before slipping the card into the back pocket of his jeans. He decided in that moment he wouldn't give it to her. Not tonight. Instead, he carried the cake over, lighting a single candle on top as he approached. Emma was digging through her purse for something when she looked up and saw the cake. "Oh, wow," she gasped. "It's not until Monday." "I wanted it to be a surprise," Liam said, and he meant it, every word. But Matthew, whoever he was, lingered in his thoughts like an unwanted echo. Still, Liam pushed those feelings aside and began to sing. Emma blushed deeply. In her mind, it was all tangled. Happiness, regret, and the flood of emotions she thought she'd left behind when she boarded that plane. Everything she felt for Liam was still there, no matter how much she tried to deny it. She loved his voice, the way he looked at her, the way he always had. As tears welled in her eyes, she swallowed hard, then looked from the cake to Liam, her lips parted in a silent "thank you." The cake was beautiful. Lavender flowers piped delicately around its edge, each one made by hand. Liam sat across from her, the warm candlelight flickering between them. It glowed like the quiet flame between them, one they both tried to ignore, but couldn't quite put out. Emma closed her eyes and made her wish. Liam watched her, wondering what she could be wishing for. Then his eyes lingered longingly on her lips, and he swallowed to control his own emotions. Emma blew out the candles and started to admire Liam's work. "It's so beautiful. I can't believe you remembered," she trailed off. "Yeah, of course I would remember. Come on, Em. We're friends. We've known each other like forever." His words trailed off as he thought about the situation they were in. Romantic, yet guarded. As Emma continued to admire the cake's intricate details, a strand of her hair fell onto her face, and Liam could not help but sweep it behind her ear. He didn't even think, but it made Emma stop and take a look at him. His hand slowly traced the side of her cheek as they looked at each other. She could feel her heart racing now. Could this be something more she had always been waiting for? Tonight, Liam felt different. Their evening together felt different. Then an oven alarm bell began to beep. interrupting the moment. Emma sat up straight, and for a moment they were both caught off guard. Liam realized what he had unintentionally done, got out of his seat and excused himself to turn off the alarm and get some cutlery so they could enjoy the cake together. As he left the table, Liam ran one hand through his hair, replaying the moment in his mind. What was stopping him? Why hadn't he just leaned in for the kiss? He'd seen the signs when their eyes met. There was some uncertainty, yes, but now it seemed she might have felt something for him too. When he returned, they ended up talking long into the night, catching up on everything that had happened since she'd left. It had been awkward when Emma left 6 months ago. She had prepared a letter for Liam that she never gave him, and he had jokingly asked her not to go, words he was only then realizing how much he truly meant. Emma had deliberately kept her distance, saying she was busy with her new job, and gradually the distance grew between them. Now, here they were again. I really missed you, Liam began, after they had just had a laugh, but there was a momentary pause. Guess you've been quite busy with your new job. Barely hear from you anymore. Those words hurt Emma deeply because Liam didn't know how long she had been pining for him and had only taken the job to escape her feelings for him. That's when Liam's phone began to ring, and Emma could see the caller ID was Cassidy. She clocked in her mind that he was still with her. Liam didn't pick up the call, but instead flipped the phone to face the table. Still looking at Emma, he said, But Emma interrupted him. Oh man, it's late, isn't it? She said, feigning a yawn as she cupped her hands around her mouth. It was late, 3 a.m. late. They had talked for hours. Feeling a bit hurt seeing Cassidy on Liam's phone, Emma brought up Matthew. Why shouldn't she thought. He was a great guy and someone who openly dated Emma with no baggage whatsoever. Hey, maybe if you ever come to visit me, I can show you around and Matthew and I can take you out. With those words, Liam felt a bit of a shock, like someone was probing at his heart from inside, poking at the part of him for letting Em go. Right, he said. Yeah, that would be fun, he added, not really meaning the words but saying them enough to sound believable. I'll take you home, Liam said as he got up from the table. The car ride through town was awkward. Only the rain pounding on the car and windshield wipers whooshing to keep them from having to say anything. Liam hesitated to speak, mulling over the fact that Emma was seeing someone and seemed happy. She sure acted like this Matthew person was a great guy. Smart, interested in the same things she was, and working at the same company. Emma just didn't want to fall into her old ways again, even though she secretly stole glances at Liam as he drove her home, rolling her eyes to herself, thinking about how Liam was still with perfect Cassidy. Little did she know that Liam and Cassidy had called it quits, but Cassidy was still hung up on Liam. That was that. In a few days, Emma would fly back, and neither of them knew when they would see each other again. Days, then weeks passed, until finally Liam couldn't take it anymore and decided to call Emma. But Matthew picked up Emma's phone and asked if he could take a message, something Liam did not want to leave, especially with him. The men had a brief acquaintance over the phone until Emma got on the line, and Liam found some lame excuse that it was nothing. He just wanted to see how she was doing. Emma felt like everything was better as she got back into her work routine, and Matthew was a great distraction. It wasn't until about 3 months into their relationship that she awkwardly found out that he was still seeing other people. And it just so happened that they had slept with each other for the first time a week prior. He broke it to her in a joking manner. "Come on, we didn't say we were exclusive, right? We were having fun. I'm not looking for a commitment right now. I thought that was pretty clear." "Emma, I love hanging out with you." She listened as he convinced her, and what seemed to be himself, how justified it was that they were just having fun, and there was no obligation between them. But Emma cried that night. How stupid she felt. She had a few too many drinks and called Liam as he was on a date with another woman. Liam excused himself from his date to take Emma's call. "Hey, Em, it's really good to hear from you," he said, stepping out into the cool night air, the hum of the restaurant fading behind him. There was a beat of silence, then the sound of her soft inhale. "Hey," she finally said. Her voice wavered, slightly slurred but still trying to sound steady. "Sorry, I know it's late." "You okay?" he asked, already feeling the tightness in his chest. Emma let out a dry laugh that didn't quite reach her usual warmth. "Yeah, totally." A pause. "Except, no, not really." He could hear the shift in her tone, the weight behind the words. She was unraveling slowly. "He is seeing other people. After I slept with him. I guess I didn't think." Her voice dropped lower. "He thought it was obvious." The words sliced through him before the ache could fully register. He clenched his jaw, a flicker of something bitter sparking beneath the concern. Of course some guy had gotten close enough to hurt her, and of course she trusted him. Liam shut his eyes, steadying the quiet storm inside. Then the tears came, quiet at first, then harder, and he felt helpless standing there, phone pressed to his ear, listening to the girl he hadn't realized he cared for this deeply cry over someone who didn't deserve her. "I just feel so stupid," she whispered, more to herself than to him. "I should have known better." Liam was about to speak when she cut in again, her voice softer now. No, wait. Her words came slower, more fragile. "I've been thinking a lot lately about home, about before I left." Her voice cracked through her tears. She trailed off, caught between saying too much and not enough. Then quietly, too honest to take back, she said, "Sometimes I wonder if things would have been different. Sometimes I wish you hadn't let me go. Why'd you let me go?" The question landed like a stone. It hurt to say, and it showed.
She hadn't meant to let it slip, but deep down she wanted to. Whether he'd fully grasped the meaning behind her words, she didn't know. But in that raw, unfiltered moment, she wanted to tell him everything. Just this once, she wanted to let her guard down. Before Liam could answer, his date stepped outside and asked if everything was all right. Emma heard the voice, faint but unmistakably female. She didn't say anything at first. Then, with a bitter smile in her tone, "You're out." A pause. "Of course you are."
"Emma," Liam started.
"No, it's fine," she said quickly, snapping back into control. "I don't even know why I called. I'm sorry. Just forget it." She hung up before he could stop her.
Liam tried calling her back, but it went straight to voicemail. He stood under the awning, phone still in his hand, thoughts spinning. He texted her anyway. "Please, call me back, Em. I'm worried." It wasn't until the next day, after she had sobered up and remembered calling him, that she profusely apologized for her behavior. "Don't apologize," he said. "I'm just glad you're okay."
"Sorry, I ruined your date, maybe?"
"It doesn't matter," he replied. Emma hesitated before adding,
"Whatever I said yesterday, please. I was drunk. I didn't mean any of those things I said."
Liam paused, remembering how he'd stayed up most of the night waiting for Emma to call or text back, replaying her question over and over in his mind. "Don't worry," he said. "Already forgot about it." Liam didn't push. He let her words hang between them, even if they felt unfinished. Sometimes things needed space, and so they changed the subject, talked about everything and nothing until the sun was starting to rise. When they finally said goodnight, there was no mention of what had been said or unsaid, but something had shifted, quietly, imperceptibly. Days turned into weeks, calls turned into routine, and even though life moved forward, something about that night lingered. Although Liam went on the occasional date, he found himself thinking of Emma and regretting that he hadn't gone after her, even now. It wasn't until Emma returned to town 6 months later to attend a mutual friend's wedding that they saw each other in person again. Time had flowed so effortlessly, never waiting for either of them. Liam's gift to the bride and groom was going to be a wedding cake, a sheet cake, and he was also helping arrange some pastries at the banquet. But the best part of the wedding was that Emma was coming home for a whole week this time. It was another rainy afternoon at the bakery, long hours, but the kind Liam didn't mind. The warm scent of freshly baked bread mixed with the rich aroma of roasted coffee, while smooth jazz played softly in the background, wrapping the room in a mellow, comforting atmosphere. Jake, Liam's brother, stopped by to pick up something for his wife Jenny, who was hosting a baby shower that weekend. They chatted about everyday stuff, the easy kind of guy talk that only brothers share. But when Emma's name came up, everything shifted. "I don't get it, man," Jake said. "You're making this way more complicated than it needs to be." Liam shook his head. It's because it's M. That's why it's complicated. Jake raised an eyebrow. Boy likes girl? Pretty sure girl likes guy. So get together, he said, sounding reasonable and looking at Liam with quiet logic. But what if things don't work out? Liam asked. Jake shrugged. You're living on what if? Do you see yourself hurting M? Before Liam could answer, Jake added, clearly no. Maybe the timing was off before, but now you're both single. I don't see what's stopping you. Liam frowned. But what about the fact that she's started a life 5 hours away? 5 hours by plane. Jake just laughed. Yeah, well, you can figure that out later. That's my 2 cents as your brother. Em's a great girl. I think you let her get away once, but not even trying. That doesn't sound like you, Liam. You're a calculated guy, and yeah, women tend to come easy for you. But Em's not just any girl. Maybe that's what's holding you back. But hey, that's just my 2 cents. I guess I'll see you guys both soon, he said as he left the bakery. Liam thought as he worked, letting his mind wander and come to a decision on how he would approach things with Emma. Emma had promised to stop by the bakery and help him with wedding preparations, even though Liam pretty much had things under control. The day was wet and gray outside, the steady tap of rain against the windows bringing a quiet comfort as Liam worked. Then Emma finally arrived. Liam's heart pounded harder than usual. Normally he was cool and confident around women, smooth and in control. But with Emma, everything felt different. Everything just flew out the window. Liam smiled, then took her umbrella and helped her with her wet jacket. Let me get this for you, he said, stepping toward the door where the rain fell softly. He stepped forward and pulled her in to their usual hug, the kind that felt like coming home after a long time apart. As they pulled apart, Liam's eyes caught the light dusting of flowers scattered across her black tank top from their hug. Oh man, I got flour all over you, he said with a chuckle, reaching out to brush it off. His hand moved gently to dust it off her collarbone, but as he swept the flour away, his fingers accidentally grazed the curve of her breast. The soft, unexpected contact sent a jolt through him. He felt the perkiness of her curves beneath his hand and the slight bounce as she shifted. For a moment Liam froze, his usual smooth composure cracking as a rush of desire caught him off guard. Sorry, he muttered, voice low and a bit shaken, rubbing the space between his eyebrows as he realized what he'd done. Emma looked up, cheeks flushed pink, eyes wide but warm. It's okay, she said softly, brushing the flour off herself. Don't worry about it, she added quickly, trying to lift the awkwardness. But inside, she secretly wished he hadn't pulled back, her mind flashing to the quiet fantasies she had held for years, of him pulling her close, closing the distance between them, his hands exploring every curve. Emma, too, had been feeling the growing closeness between them. The way their late-night calls lingered, the silences that felt loaded with something more, all leading to this moment. Throughout the day, Liam's attention kept slipping toward her in subtle, telling ways. A glance that lasted a beat too long, the way his hands would stay on hers just a second longer than necessary when guiding her, and the soft, knowing smile that lit his face every time she laughed or blushed under his gaze. Her heart jumped whenever their fingers touched,
and when he stood behind her at the counter, guiding her hands as they worked the dough together, the heat of his body against hers made her breath catch. His cologne, warm, woodsy cedar, wrapped around her, and the soft murmur of his voice as he instructed her left her only able to nod at his directions. His breath grazed her cheek as he leaned in close, and her body responded instinctively, a quiet ache looming inside her as desire slowly, steadily built. Liam wanted her in those moments too, but resisted the temptation. Liam was distracted, his eyes on Emma as she laughed at something he'd said, her smile catching him off guard. He reached into the oven, lifted the pan, and misjudged the space. The edge of the hot oven rim grazed his forearm, and he flinched back with a sharp breath. "Damn," he muttered, pulling his arm away quickly. The tray clattered slightly as he set it down, pressing the skin where a red line was already forming. Emma's expression changed instantly. "You okay?" Caught the side," he said, trying to brush it off, though the sting was sharper than he'd expected. "Let me see." She moved quickly, grabbing ointment and a bandage from the drawer. Her fingers were gentle as she applied the cool ointment, her face close to his. The faint smell of rain mixed with the warm kitchen air filled the quiet space between them. Her hand lingered as she wrapped the bandage, fingers brushing his skin a moment longer than necessary. Liam's eyes met hers. "Thanks," he said softly, meaning more than the word could hold. Emma looked up and held his gaze. "No problem," she replied, letting the moment slip away, with a faint disappointment hanging in the air, neither of them making the final move. As afternoon faded into evening and the city grew quiet under a soft drizzle, they sat together with coffee, watching the rain bead and slide down the window pane. The world felt still, intimate. Tired from the day's work, they reclined on the long benches in an L shape, heads cradled in their hands, sharing quiet conversation. At one point, laughter bubbled up between them, so sudden and light that they both toppled off the benches, holding their stomachs, pillows scattered to the floor. They landed close together in the corner, their bodies nearly flush. Liam reached to help Emma up, but in the awkward scramble, their heads knocked gently. Apologies melted into laughter and groans as they rubbed their bumps, but the closeness lingered. Now side by side, face to face, the air thickened. Emma could smell Liam's cologne. It felt like a light switch inside the most intimate parts of her body. And his hand, once meant to steady her, stayed wrapped around her wrist, thumb gently circling her skin. Emma couldn't hold it in any longer. She was building the courage inside of her to break that hidden barrier between them. She began breathing deeper, trying to control her nerves, her chest rising under her tight tank top as she slowly guided his hand to her waist. His attention was on her rising chest and the way she guided his hands to her body, encouraging him to make his move. Liam's instincts took over. His touch grew bolder, sliding along the dip of her waist
and around her hips, pulling her closer and maneuvering her until she was straddling his lap. She moved with him instinctively, her body molding into his, heat blooming in every place they touched. Her hands were on his chest, feeling his strong pectorals and his heart beating in his chest. Their eyes locked on one another. Their lips finally met, a burst of intensity between them. Everything felt like it was in slow motion from the depth of their feelings, but it all happened in a matter of seconds. His lips left hers only to begin kissing her neck. The urgency between them built, their hands beginning to reach under each other's clothing. They surrendered, not just to the passion that had simmered for months, but to the undeniable need now spilling over. Raw, electric, and impossible to hold back any longer. His hands roamed with growing confidence, exploring the curves of her body as she wrapped herself around him, arms draped over his shoulders, fingers tangled in his hair, kissing him deeply. "Oh, Liam," she cried into his ear, kissing his face as he explored her body, finding each other's lips over and over again. Even though the intensity was building, Liam managed to pause, holding back the rush of his feelings. He closed his eyes and tightened his shoulders. He pulled away from the kiss, locked his strong hands around her waist to pull them apart for a second, looked into Emma's eyes and whispered, "Em, I think I'm in love with you." Those words hung between them, warm and tender, even more fulfilling after their shared kiss. Emma smiled softly, tears glistening in her eyes, still breathing heavy from the intense moment, but finally sighing in relief. She unstraddled his legs and sat beside him, finding his hand instead. Her head lay back onto the bench. "Liam, I've been in love with you for a long time." Her voice trembled with relief and hope. They both looked up at the ceiling and chuckled quietly, the sound full of wonder at how long it had taken to reach this moment. Their hands were now fully entangled, fingers latched in connection. Then Emma rested her head on his shoulder, still holding each other's hands. In that quiet shared space, they felt a peaceful excitement, ready to begin the next gentle chapter of their story together. Liam picked up their hands, kissed the back of Emma's, and turned to face her. "Will you be my +1 at the wedding?" he chuckled, finally feeling the ease of asking Emma out. Will you remember me? watching as the rain on the hospital window pane drips down. It's soothing, the consistent patter, the perfect sound to fall asleep to. It reminds me of the lazy afternoon naps we used to take on rainy weekends. My arms around you, both of us lying on the sofa, with a twin-size throw over you. You'd fall asleep right away, but I just remember holding you in my arms, watching the rain fall, and listening to you breathe, feeling the warmth of your body in my arms, and the softness of your hair as I kissed it. What I would give to hold you like that again. It's been over a month now since the accident. I don't know if you're asleep or if you can hear me, but sometimes I swear I see your lips forming a faint smile when I play. It's about midday, one of those days where you just watch the rain falling outside, except I'm not alone. It really feels like it, though, because all I can do is watch and wait by your bedside. The steady patter outside is soft and soothing, and I hope it comforts you, even a little. I find solace in strumming my guitar, letting the notes drift through the room, hoping somehow the music reaches you. The guitar in my hands feels like the only constant in my life right now, grounding me. Lately, I've been playing more than words, clinging to each note like a lifeline. The song is about showing love without words, yet all I want is to hear your voice again. Hearing you say, "I love you," would make my world, which has turned upside down, feel right again. Our love has always been more than words. Right now, I ache to hold you, to press my lips to yours, to simply hold your hand, really hold it, the way you would squeeze mine and let me know, without speaking, that we were connected. I miss that more than I can say. The room is quiet, too quiet, and sometimes the silence feels crushing. Yet, when I strum the guitar and hum the melody, I imagine it reaching you somehow, threading through the stillness, carrying every heartbeat and every word I wish I could say. That hope, that fragile, aching hope, is the only thing keeping me going. Just humming the tune as I strum, memories of us rush back. The way you'd wrap your arms around my head and shoulders, pressing soft kisses to the side of my cheek as I played in our place. I ache for those moments, yet guilt presses down on me, sitting here while you lie there, fragile and silent, uncertain if you'll wake. I trade places with you in an instant, guilty that I'm awake while you remain trapped in this quiet, suspended world, your breath soft, fragile, and achingly familiar. I brought you flowers today. I've been changing them each week, unable to watch them wither beside you. These ones are pale cream and lavender, petals edged with the faintest blush, like they're holding on to the last light of evening. I'll replace them again when they start to bow their heads, though I don't really know why. Maybe it's my way of marking time while you sleep, of keeping something here alive, waiting with me. Every time I fall asleep, it's the same dream, the flashback of our accident. I wake to find you in a hospital bed, your wounds slowly healing day by day, but you still haven't opened your eyes. The doctors can't tell me when you will. Surrounded by nurses, machines, and the shuffle of patients in the hall. I've never felt more alone. Without you, I'm unmoored. I lean my guitar against the wall and pull my chair close to your side. I take your hand in mine. It's warm, living, but unresponsive. I ache for the way you used to squeeze my hand. Just a gentle press, a wordless reminder that we belong to each other. Now the only proof of your life is the steady rhythm of the heart monitor, counting out each beat that keeps me waiting. This closeness is all I have left of you. I hold your hand tighter, then lower my head into my arm. Exhaustion blurs the edges of the room until I drift to sleep here beside you, hoping you can somehow feel that I never left. Hey, Jake, why don't you go home for a bit? Let me be with my sister for a while. Beth's voice is gentle but firm. She's carrying a book. She's going to read to you for a bit. And though her eyes look worn, there's love in them too. I hesitate, still holding your hand, my thumb brushing over your skin as if it might remind you I'm here. Yeah, maybe I'll just run home for a minute. Check the mail. Won't be long, I say, though the truth is, I don't want to leave you even for a second. I lean down, kiss the back of your hand, then your forehead, and I whisper against your ear, so quietly only you could hear. I'll be back soon. Beth rests a hand on my shoulder, rubbing in circles as I stand, a silent promise that she'll keep watch until I return, and showing me that she feels for the pain we both feel, waiting for you to wake up. When I step outside, the air feels different. A visitor passes by, and I only notice her scarf because that's your favorite color. On the drive home, I pass by our favorite coffee shop, the restaurant where we had our first date. It's like every corner of this town remembers us. At home, the quiet greets me first, then the soft jingle of paws. Ginger, with her little white feet, hurries to meet me. As I bend to scratch her chin, I can almost see you there, coming home from work, dropping your purse to the floor, keys scattered on the counter, scooping her up as you putter around our home. I move almost on instinct, refilling Ginger's water, checking her feeder. Yet, everywhere I turn, you're here. Your sweater is draped across the chair in your office. Your brush and hair ties are scattered on the bathroom counter. Your slippers are resting by the bed, as if you might slip them on at any moment. The travel pamphlets you left on the kitchen island, planning our next trip together. I sink into the couch and feel the small box pressing against my pocket. The velvet box I've been carrying, the one with our future written all over it. I thought I had more time. I kept waiting for the perfect moment. But now I know there is no perfect moment. I'm ready, and as soon as you wake, I'll ask you to marry me. I open the box, stare at the ring that holds every hope I have for us, then close it again, opening and shutting it mindlessly as my thoughts drift. The last few weeks replay in my head, shadows of doubt trying to creep in, but beneath it all, one truth shines brighter than the rest. I can't imagine a life without you. I sort through the mail just to make good on my excuse, but it's not the bills or the flyers I came back for. It's this, the feeling of being surrounded by pieces of you, fragments of our life together that hold me steady. Here it feels like you're still with me, like you've only stepped out for a moment, or I'm just waiting for you to come home from work. Our life feels whole again, untouched, as if the accident never happened. For a little while, I can live inside this illusion, where we're still together and the world keeps moving forward. I get up to make your favorite, instant noodles with a boiled egg on top, sliced perfectly in half, sprinkled with fresh green onions and barbecue pork. I carefully pack it into a thermos bento, ready for us to enjoy together. I pause for a moment before leaving the house, glancing into our bedroom. The pink coverlet on your side of the bed, the photo of us on your nightstand. These small things make my chest ache, but they also make me smile. You're still here, somewhere inside, and if I just hang on a little longer, maybe, just maybe, you'll come back to me. Your sister's still here when I return. She smiles at the thermos I brought, and we make small talk. She has her own family waiting at home, but she's here for you too. After a little while, she gives me a quick hug and heads out, promising she'll be back in a few days. I grab my guitar and I play I Will Remember You, letting the notes drift through the quiet room. Then pull out my tiny set of battery-powered candles so we can eat by candlelight. Dinner for two, though really, it's me hoping somehow you're listening. I set your bowl on the table above your lap and eat mine slowly, talking about my day, the silly little things, and the things I want to tell you when you wake up. I brush a stray lock of hair from your forehead and imagine your eyes flickering open, your smile lighting up the room. Even though you're still asleep, the room feels full of you. The sound of my voice, the warmth of the noodles, the soft glow of the candles. For a moment it feels like you're here with me, but reality kicks in when the nurse walks in mid-bite, glancing at us with a small smile before quietly leaving. Another week passes, and then one evening as I read to you, I feel it. Your fingers twitch under mine. My heart skips. Your eyelids flutter slowly, as if testing the world for the first time. And then your eyes open. You look groggy, confused, and for a moment our eyes meet. I reach for your hand, but you pull away. Lauren, I whisper, my voice catching. You're awake. But your eyes are blank, wide with uncertainty, and when you ask, where am I feel a cold pit in my stomach. Then the words hit me like a lightning strike. Who are you? It's me, Jake, I say softly, barely above a whisper, my hand frozen in midair. The nurses rush in, alarms and monitors forgotten, stunned by your sudden awakening. I want to hold you, to tell you it's okay, to remind you that I'm here, but my chest aches because you don't remember me. The doctors and the nurses soothe you with quiet voices until your parents rush in. The moment your eyes land on them, something lights up. Recognition, relief. You know them. But the last 5 years are gone. Erased. How we met. How we fell in love. Everything that made us who we are. It's as if none of it ever existed for you. They tell you about us. How I never left your side. How fiercely we loved each other. But when your gaze settles on me, it's empty, as if I'm a stranger. My chest tightens, sharp with grief, yet underneath the ache, a quiet joy pulses. You're awake. You're here. After all those endless nights of waiting, hoping, praying, you've come back. Still, as I watch you, wide-eyed and unsure, questions crowd my heart. Where do we go from here? How do I help you rediscover the life we built, the love we shared? Will you ever find me again among the scattered pieces of your memory? I fade into the background while friends and family surround you. When your sister arrives, you cling to her instantly, recognition shining bright, and it pierces me. I don't exist for you in this moment. Maybe us will never exist the way it once did. Our eyes meet and you give me a polite smile before looking away, the way one does with a kind of stranger. And when the doctors clear you to go home, we both understand what's best. You with your parents, me left behind in the quiet. Waiting, just waiting, until maybe someday the pieces might fall back into place. The next day, I'm nervous as hell when I come to see you at your parents' house. You're beautiful, and all I want is to pull you into my arms and kiss you, but you hesitate, and it feels strange even for me. We make small talk and I tell you about the life we had together, the tiny moments that used to be ours. It's like starting over from scratch. And that's okay, because I love you. For me, it doesn't matter how long it takes for you to remember me. Maybe even if you never do, you could still fall back in love with me, and I'd wait for that. One day I bring out a photo album of us. You flip through the pages, apologizing for not remembering any of it. You tell me we sure look like we were in love, but we're still sitting arm's length apart on the sofa. I take a deep breath and ask if I could take you on a date. It feels overwhelming at first, but I think you see the sincerity in my eyes. Slowly, you nod and agree. I take you to a romantic restaurant on our first date, and you quiz me, testing to see if I really know you. It's cute, and I hope that over time the love we had before will grow again, even stronger. Another day we walk barefoot along the shoreline at the beach. We talk for hours. You have so many questions about us, about me, because you're relearning everything. I can still feel it. The way you look at me, the blush on your cheeks when our eyes meet. Proof that you're drawn to me, and it's more reassuring than I can say. I bring you back to our place and show you all the little things we used to do together. Coffee in the morning, before work, the puzzle left on the living room table, unfinished, waiting for you to come back to me. I show you the jersey you gave me for my favorite hockey team, and a photo of us, me wearing it at our first NHL game together. I can see it in your expression, the overwhelm. You want so badly to remember us, but you're afraid of disappointing me. And yet, I think you feel something stirring between us, that flutter of excitement when you're first starting to fall in love. Thrilling, a little scary, but impossible to resist, like waves pulling you into the ocean. I ache to pull you into my arms, but I know it's too soon. Instead, I take a deep breath and let my words carry everything I feel, hoping somehow you can sense it, even if your memory cannot. Lauren, I wished every day in that hospital it was me and not you lying on that bed. It's okay if you don't remember us, and I shouldn't force you to try so hard. I think to myself how selfish it would be to push you into something you're not ready for. If it's okay, we take it a day at a time. Please let me know when it's too much. We don't have... You interrupt me. Jake, I like hearing about us. I can see it hurts you to bring these memories up when I can't reciprocate. But I want to keep trying. Even if everything you're telling me is like I'm hearing it for the first time, I'm okay with that. It's strange to ask you to wait for me to remember. You pause, as if you should feel guilty. No, Lauren, I say, my voice firm with a quiet determination. I'll tell you every story of us, and I don't care if it takes forever until you fall in love with me again. I'll keep trying every single day. I want to reach for your hand, but we aren't there yet. I tell you stories of our first kiss, the first time we said I love you. Still, nothing jogs your memory. Slowly, though, as time passes, I see you laugh at my jokes. And as the weeks pass, we take another stroll along the beach at sunset. The golden rays of the last sunlight catch your hair and the sand beneath our feet. I feel your hand brush against mine as we walk along the beach, the warmth of your fingers weaving into mine. Tentatively, I reach for your hand, and you hold it, soft and sure, as if testing the connection while letting me know that it's real. The heat of your touch spreads through me, and my chest tightens, a mix of relief and longing I can't put into words. I glance at you, hoping to catch your eyes, but you're looking ahead, a shy smile tugging at your lips. It's enough. I squeeze your hand gently, and in that simple gesture, I feel a quiet understanding pass between us. Trust, hope, something that's been waiting for this moment. I smile back at the horizon, letting the wind and the waves carry our silence, letting it speak for us. This small, perfect act, the way our hands fit together, the warmth we share, is everything. After weeks of awkward conversations and cautious rediscovery, it feels like the door has opened. Unorthodox, imperfect, entirely ours. And somehow, in that quiet, fleeting connection, I know this is how we fall in love again. Slowly, deeply, and completely. One rainy night, the rain pounding against the windows, I pick up my guitar after we've had dinner. I've been practicing in secret, and tonight I remember every line of More Than Words. My voice is quiet, but each note carries the weight of everything I wish I could tell you. I hope more than anything that somewhere inside, a part of you still feels it. You watch me the whole time, gazing into my eyes and following my fingers as they strum the guitar. Our eyes locking until the intensity becomes almost too much. When I finish, there's a long silence as you take a slow, deliberate breath. Slowly, you cross the space between us, take the pick from my fingers, and gently set the guitar aside. Your eyes search mine, your voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I still can't remember, you say. But I feel you. I see you. You continue, your voice trembling slightly. I don't know if my memories will ever return, but right now, I can tell you this. I see you, and I feel you in my soul. You've touched me in a way I've never experienced before. Like I've known you my whole life, yet every moment with you feels new. I've never met anyone like you. I know it sounds strange to say it out loud, considering everything we've gone through. But I admire your patience, everything you've done to help me try to remember. Your gaze drifts from my eyes to my lips, and in that instant I feel it, the quiet, irresistible pull of two hearts slowly finding their way back to each other. I nod, swallowing the ache in my chest, but then I feel your thumb tracing my lips, soft and tentative. I can see the desire in your eyes. You lean in, eyes holding mine for a breath that feels endless. And your lips find mine, soft, familiar, like you've finally come home. Our kisses start gentle, then deepen, pressing harder, longer. Every heartbeat, every touch, every unspoken word hangs between us. We draw each other close, holding and pressing together, feeling the warmth and comfort of being in each other's arms. We make love, our connection so strong it feels like our souls are entwined, every heartbeat in sync, every breath shared. The rain drums softly against the windows, a quiet symphony for just the two of us. The throw blanket slips over us, cocooning our bodies as you rest your head against my chest, your hair brushing my neck, your breath mingling with mine. I press a soft kiss on the top of your head, breathing in your scent, feeling the steady warmth of your body against mine. I could stay here forever with you. Just like this, I whisper, my words barely above the rain, carrying everything I feel. Over the next few months, it feels as if we've come full circle. Somehow it's almost magically like it was in the beginning. Familiar, yet richer now, layered with all the new memories we've made. I once thought I knew everything about you, but the journey has shown me more than I ever imagined. I've fallen in love with you all over again, deeper than before, in ways I didn't think were even possible. I watch you laugh at something I say, and my chest aches in the best way. Sometimes I catch you staring at me, like you're searching for something familiar. I know you'll never fully remember the past, but even in those fleeting moments, it feels like your heart is reaching for mine. All your little habits, the way you move, the tiny quirks I've come to love again. They fill me with joy. Finally, I know it's time. On a quiet Sunday morning, I pull the ring box from my nightstand drawer, the one I tucked away yesterday, and slowly sink to one knee beside your side of the bed. Hey, I whisper, brushing a kiss across your forehead to gently wake you. Your eyes flutter open and you murmur back, "Hey," pulling me in to a sleepy kiss. We share a few soft words, and then I steady my voice. I want to tell you something. I know you may never remember everything we had, I say, my throat tight. But I promise you this. I'll spend every day by your side. If I have to, I'll spend my whole life getting you to fall in love with me over and over again. If you'll let me, that's all I'll ever need. Just us, here together, forever. I open the velvet box, revealing the ring. You look at it, then at me, and tears well in your eyes. You bite your lip, and I see it, our love shining back at me. It doesn't matter anymore if the past is blurred, because in this moment, you and I are exactly where we belong. You nod, smiling through your tears. "Lauren," I whisper, "will you marry me?" "Yes," you breathe, your voice trembling. I slip the ring onto your finger, then rise to lift you into my arms. You cling to me, your hands cradling my face as you lean in for a kiss. I sink into it, every heartbeat reminding me of all we've endured to reach this moment. My chest has never felt more alive. Maybe the memories of our past will always remain lost. Maybe the past will never be found. But you are my home. Wherever life takes us, I will remember you, always. Feels like home. There's nothing like the deep peace of the forest as the rain pours outside, a soft, rhythmic drumming on the roof, signaling the approaching thunderstorm as the gray clouds roll in. Aside from a few lingering bird calls, the world is quiet, and the comfort of the crackling fireplace feels like all the company you need. It's relaxing and cozy, but even with the warmth of the steaming tea in her hands, Emily still feels a piece of herself is missing. By the front door, Jasper, the loyal golden retriever, rests his head on his paws, his ears perked at the slightest sound. His tail thumps a soft rhythm against the wooden floor each time a noise hints at his return. Meanwhile, their black and white cat, Sebastian, with a distinct pink nose, sleeps soundly by the fireside, his paws occasionally twitching before pulling back into a tight, contented ball. Emily took a few sips of her tea, the warmth of the ceramic mug seeping into her hands as she watched the rain streak down the window of her cozy cabin. She soaked up the quiet peacefulness of her surroundings, the air heavy with the earthy scent of pine and wood smoke. She listened carefully for the low, rolling sounds of the thunder that had been slowly approaching all afternoon. It had kept her inside all day, but she didn't mind. It had been months since Ethan left on his mission for the Air Force. He was slowly climbing the military chain of command, and they had discussed how he would be away for months at a time. This had been the longest they had ever been apart, and she missed him more than words could say. His calls were infrequent, as he didn't have the opportunities to make personal calls, but he still managed to write to her. He thought it was romantic, and so did she. A stack of his letters, their paper soft and worn from her rereading them over and over, sat on the coffee table in front of the sofa. She put her cup down to reach one of his recent letters. Although he couldn't tell her what he was doing, he still managed to write things he probably would have never said in person. The letters felt even more intimate than when they were together, as he opened up about his deepest thoughts and how much he missed and loved her. Emily loved reading his letters. They were a profound comfort that made her feel so close to him. With each vulnerable thought he expressed, their relationship grew deeper and more meaningful. She loved holding his letters in her hands, the paper worn, soft, and familiar. She ran her fingertips over the dark, distinct lines of his handwriting, noticing the firm pressure of his strokes and the familiar little loop he always put on his lowercase a's. Seeing the words he had written felt like seeing a part of him that had traveled so far just to reach her. Holding the creased pages felt like holding a part of him, a physical weight in her hands that settled a deep warmth in her heart. He clearly loved her too, sending her a letter each week he had been away, a tangible promise of his return. Emily was a photographer, and a successful one at that, usually focusing on wedding photography. She had taken many photos of them over the years, and now they were scattered throughout the cabin, part of the little details that made their home truly theirs. On the mantel, a candid shot caught him laughing, his head thrown back as he stood by the lake, a tiny silver fish on the end of his line. On the kitchen counter, a small picture showed him chopping wood in his favorite flannel shirt, the morning light glowing on his face. On the bookshelf, a photo booth strip captured 4 quick shots of them, culminating in a messy, joyful kiss. She spotted another on the fridge, a group photo from a summer trip, all of them in kayaks on a wide, calm lake. And her favorite, a worn picture from the last Christmas, with Ethan's 3-year-old nephew perched on his shoulders, both of them wearing ridiculous Santa hats. She sat and read each letter over again, pausing to remember his face and fantasizing about his return. She missed the scent of his skin and the feeling of his soft hair as it slipped through her fingertips. She missed his hands upon her waist and the feel of her own squeezing the sides of his strong arms, the familiar bump of his triceps. The memory of his kiss on her lips was so vivid, so soft, warm, and gentle that she could almost feel it. And she remembered the warm weight of her hand upon his chest, as if she could feel the beat of his heart. She missed him, warm and present beside her, and the simple freedom of being able to return his touch. She missed the familiar tickle of his 5 o'clock shadow, a small detail that always felt like him. She couldn't wait for him to come home. As she sat on the sofa, the rainy afternoon drowsiness began to set in. The warmth of the blanket on her lap and the soft cushion she was leaning on were a perfect invitation to rest. When Sebastian decided to join her, curling up contentedly on her lap, his deep purring became a soft, steady rumble she could feel against her stomach. A wave of deep contentment washed over her, and she allowed the rhythmic drumming of the rain and the low rumble of the thunder to guide her into a peaceful afternoon nap. It wasn't until a sharp bark from Jasper jolted her awake that she noticed the sun had begun to set. The golden retriever was pawing at the front door, his entire body bouncing with excitement, usually reserved for a walk in the woods. Then she heard it, the low rumble of an engine. Headlights cut through the twilight, sweeping across the cabin windows. Emily's heart began to pound, a wild, breathless rhythm. Could it be he had finally come home to her? She rushed to her feet, her blanket falling to the floor, and threw open the door. He stepped out of the car, his form a sharp silhouette against the glow of the setting sun. Even in the dim light, she could see his dark, wind-swept curls, slightly damp from the rain, framing his face. His strong jawline was softened by a faint stubble, and his eyes, though tired, held an intense warmth she knew so well. His worn military jacket spoke of a world far away from this cabin, but she didn't see the uniform. Her eyes were fixed on the slow, tired smile that broke across his face, a smile of pure, unguarded relief and joy. In that moment, with the rain pouring down and the sky flashing behind him, he was her rock, the very foundation of her feeling of home. With his gaze, he was telling her he was home, and a wave of pure, unadulterated happiness washed over her. Jasper's paws hit Ethan's chest with a joyful thud, knocking his hat right off his head. Ethan stumbled back from the dog's wild greeting, laughing as he ruffled the fur around Jasper's face. "Did you miss me, boy?" "Yeah, I missed you too," he said, grabbing Jasper's paws and holding him up. But at the sight of Emily approaching, his focus shifted entirely. He gave Jasper a signal, firm command, and the obedient golden retriever immediately ran back inside the cabin, sitting by the front door, his tail thumping a frantic rhythm against the wooden floor as he held back his excitement. He ran towards her, not caring about the rain that plastered his uniform to his body. His heart pounded, a frantic rhythm that matched her own. The setting sun cast a golden light through the downpour as a flash of lightning lit up the sky behind them. And then he was there. His hands gripped her waist, pulling her flesh against his soaking body as her hands instinctively went to his face, her fingers digging into his wet hair. She didn't have to tiptoe. He leaned down, and their lips crashed together in a desperate, consuming kiss that tasted of rain and longing. They stood in the rain, kissing, the cool water dripping down their faces, a testament to the fact that nothing else mattered. Without a break in their kiss, Ethan swept Emily off her feet and carried her toward the cabin, their lips remaining fused together as she held his face. In that moment, she could think of nothing except feeling him and wanting him, the desire taking over. They stumbled into the cabin, a flurry of wet clothes and hungry kisses. The passion from the rain-soaked reunion had followed them inside, and they laughed breathlessly, their desperate smiles a mirror of their longing. They peeled off his soaking jacket and her sweater, letting them fall to the floor in a pile that joined the wet puddles at the entrance. "God, I've missed you so much, Emily," he breathed against her lips, his words a desperate, raw admission that melted into a continued kiss. He then lifted her onto the kitchen counter, her hands shaking with a mix of cold and emotion, fumbling at the buttons of his drenched white dress shirt. The waterlogged fabric clung to his skin as she slowly, painstakingly unbuttoned it, him continuing to rain kisses on her lips, her cheeks, and her neck as his hands roamed her body freely. The frantic passion slowly began to soften into a deep, tender relief. Once they caught their breath, she unbuttoned the last button on his dress shirt, slowly peeling it off his broad shoulders while she gazed into his eyes. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes, and in their depths he found all the love and longing he had carried with him. He gently tucked a damp strand of her hair behind her ear, his fingertips slowly tracing the delicate line of her cheek and the familiar curve of her body. They fell into each other's arms, holding on tight as they breathed in the familiar sense of their partnership. Still without a word, Emily took his hand and led him toward their bedroom, closing the door behind them. Ethan followed eagerly behind her like a lovesick puppy, his eyes tracing every one of her curves as they left the living room behind. Jasper, unfortunately, would have to wait outside until his human companions returned. The rain and thunder continued to pour, but inside everything felt warm and still. Now comfortably in his undergarments, Ethan tended to the fire, the glow of the flames casting a warm light on the room. He walked across the cool wooden floor, the familiar texture of comfort beneath his feet. He took a lantern from the mantel, the strike of the match a sharp sound in the quiet room, and held it to the wick. A small flame flickered to life, and the scent of burning wax filled the air, mingling with the earthy smell of the forest that had found its way inside. He left Emily curled up in their bed, telling her that he would prepare dinner for them tonight. As he worked, a deep, contented sigh escaped him, and he let his mind drift back to the memories he had clung to while he was away. He knelt to pour some food into Sebastian's dish, and the cat rubbed against his hand, purring loudly. Ethan scooped the cat into his arms, burying his face into its warm, soft fur for a moment before setting him back down. Then he spent some time with Jasper, his furry friend who had missed him terribly, playing a bit of tug-of-war with a rope and giving him a long-awaited tummy rub. Jasper's tail thumped a dramatic rhythm on the floor as he looked up at Ethan. He looked at the pictures on the walls, each one a reminder of a treasured memory they shared. He realized everything he desired in this world was right here. The sound of the rain outside, the crackle of the fire to keep them company, and the profound feeling of being home. Everything just felt right here, in their cabin in the woods. He was going to make the best of his time over the next few days before he had to inevitably return to another mission. But he was going to make every single moment count while he was here. He had it all planned. Tonight he would prepare a romantic, creamy chicken and mushroom pasta, a small token of his desperate attempt to fill the space his absence had created. The rich aroma of his cooking began to fill the cabin, blending with the earthy scent of the wooden walls, the lingering warmth of the fire, and the fresh herbs from their small backyard garden. He moved around the kitchen with a focused, almost frantic energy, the gentle sizzle of garlic in the pan, and the soft clink of a wine bottle, the only sounds besides the rain against the window pane. This was his penance, a desperate attempt to make something perfect. The low light from the lamps and the warm glow of the fire danced across the kitchen walls, casting a golden hue over everything he touched. When the pasta was ready, he carefully plated each dish, his hands a little unsteady, and sprinkled a pinch of fresh parsley over the top. He lit 2 small candles on the dining table, their gentle light flickering against the dark backdrop of the cabin windows. Finding Emily still curled up in their bed reading a book, a soft smile on her face, he knelt beside her. "Dinner's ready," he whispered, his hands gently covering her eyes. "Thank you for waiting for me." He then guided her toward the dining table, his touch gentle but firm, as if worried she might disappear. "Just a little further," he murmured. He positioned her in front of the table, then slowly slid his hands away, revealing the flickering candlelight, the beautifully plated dishes, and the bottle of white wine. Emily's eyes fluttered open, a small gasp escaping her lips. "Ethan." A wave of pure happiness washed over Emily's face as she finally saw the full, loving gesture. He didn't just come home. He was her home. As they sat across from each other at the small table, she reached for his hand, weaving her fingers through his. She didn't want a single part of him to be out of her reach. While she was overjoyed to be with him and listening to him talk about his mission in broad strokes, her thoughts were bittersweet. It was so hard living life through letters and the occasional phone call, a life where she felt stuck waiting for him to come home while taking photos of other couples who were building their future. But in this moment, with his hands in hers, she could almost forget the world outside the cabin and the time they had lost. After dinner, as they cozied up together, Ethan surprised her with a small, flat package wrapped in a plain brown paper and tied with a simple piece of string. Emily took her time with the string, her movements slow and deliberate as she carefully unwrapped it. When she finally opened it, a heavy leather-bound journal was revealed. She opened it to the first page, and a handwritten poem filled the page, its words a raw and heartfelt testament to his longing. On the pages that followed, he had created a beautiful mosaic of his time away, with a small hand-drawn box for each day he had been gone. Inside each box was a tiny sketch and a meaningful quote. Emily turned the pages, her heart swelling with emotion as she saw what he had been holding on to. On one page was a vibrant sketch of a sunset over the desert, with the quote beneath it, "Wish you were here." On another drawing was the vast, open ocean accompanied by the words, "Looking into your eyes." He also included a simple drawing of a small Italian cafe he'd found, with the quote, "Let's go here someday." Further on, a sketch of the bird in a tree was paired with the words, "Miss your laugh." And a quiet drawing of his empty bunk was followed by the simple phrase, "Miss having you beside me." He watched her, a soft smile on his face. "Is this too cheesy?" he asked, a hint of a playful smirk in his eyes. He then reached over and flipped to the next empty page of the journal. "This," he said, pointing at the blank page, his voice dropping slightly, is our future. The rest of the book is for us. Our photos, our plans, our dreams and adventures that we'll make together. A wave of emotion washed over Emily, and she ran her fingers over his drawings. The gift was so perfectly him, a tangible promise that no matter how far he was, his heart was always with her. It was the most romantic gift he could have ever given her. "It's perfect," she whispered, her eyes shining. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. "That's why I love my cheesy man." A profound sense of gratitude filled her, a feeling so deep it made the time they had together feel like an even more precious gift. The next morning, Emily woke to the inviting smell of breakfast. Ethan had risen early, slipping out of bed while she was still soundly asleep. Quietly pulling on a pair of jeans and a light jacket, he stepped out the front door into the fresh, damp morning air. The rain had slowed to a gentle trickle, leaving the forest shrouded in a cool, misty haze. He made his way down a small trail to a sun-dappled clearing he discovered last fall, where he knew wild blackberries grew in abundance. He gathered a small, overflowing basket of dark, ripe berries, his fingers stained purple from the sweet juice. When he returned to the cabin, his cheeks were rosy from the cold, and the subtle scent of damp earth and fresh leaves clung to his clothes. He returned to the cabin, placing the fragrant bouquet of wildflowers he gathered on his way back from blackberry picking on a small table by her bedside, where their scent began to mingle with the cozy air of the room. He then went into the kitchen. The warm glow from the fire provided enough light for him to find the coffee pot, and he quietly began brewing a fresh pot. As the rich, earthy aroma filled the air, he toasted 2 pieces of bread, their subtle warmth filling the cabin, and prepared a bowl of yogurt, carefully folding in the wild blackberries he'd picked just moments before. Emily stirred from her sleep, a soft smile on her face as she inhaled the most comforting combination of scents she could imagine: fresh coffee and lavender. She opened her eyes to the soft light of the cabin and the sight of a small vase of lavender and wildflowers on her bedside table. She slowly got up and slipped into her housecoat, her feet finding the cool wood of the cabin floor. She went out to the kitchen, where she found Ethan preparing breakfast. He was standing by the counter, his back to her, focused on his task. The rich smell of coffee and toasting bread filled the air. She watched for a moment as he carefully folded wild berries into a bowl of yogurt, his movements precise and deliberate. The sight of him so present and at peace in their kitchen filled her with a wave of warmth. She wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed his back. "Good morning," she said, breathing him in. He chuckled softly, setting down the bowl to turn and wrap his arms around her. He held her tightly for a long moment, burying his face in her hair. "Morning," he finally whispered into her ear, a simple greeting that held all the love he couldn't put into words. He pulled back just enough to lean down and kiss her gently before guiding her to the counter, where her warm coffee and breakfast were waiting. After breakfast, as they sat together, he reached for a backpack he had left by the door. "So," he began, a twinkle in his eye, "I wanted to take you somewhere." Emily glanced outside. The rain was still coming down in a steady curtain. "But it's raining," she said, a small smile playing on her lips. He zipped the pack closed with a soft click and grinned. "I've got us covered," he said with a playful wink, and held up a large, sturdy umbrella. "Come on, let's go for a walk." At that, Jasper's ears perked up and he immediately headed for the doorway, his tail wagging furiously. Sebastian, on the other hand, sat calmly on the cabin windowsill, cleaning his face with his paws as he watched the couple head out into the peaceful, rainy woods. Ethan opened the umbrella, holding it high over both their heads, and they stepped out into the steady rain. The sound, a gentle drum beat on the canopy above them. Emily's arm was linked firmly through his, drawing her close as they walked under a magnificent canopy of gold and crimson leaves, each a vibrant testament to the changing season. The air smelled of wet leaves and rich, damp earth, and with every step the leaves beneath their boots let out a soft chorus of crunches. As they hiked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the tiny birds wove through the branches, their songs a sweet melody in the quiet forest. Emily laughed as a chipmunk scurried under a thick brush, its tiny feet a blur. With her arm linked through his, she began to tell him everything he had missed, her voice a soft stream of stories, anecdotes, and little moments that made up her days. She spoke of the clients she had met, the challenges she had faced, and the small joys that filled her life, catching him up on everything he had missed. He listened intently, his gaze fixed on her, not caring about the rain. As they hiked deeper into the woods, the air smelling of wet leaves and fresh earth, the forest grew denser, the towering evergreens creating a hushed, quiet world around them. After a steeper climb up, the mountain path opened up, and they emerged onto a massive, flat boulder that jutted out from the mountainside. From this high perch, a vast, misty lake stretched out before them, its surface a shifting expanse of silver and gray under the rain. The clouds were low, wrapping around the peaks of the distant mountains, but the view from their rocky platform felt completely private, a secret world just for them. He unzipped his backpack, pulling out a small pop-up tent, which he set up quickly on the flat rock to shelter them, along with a thermos of hot soup and sandwiches he had packed for their lunch. Inside the tent, with the rain still pattering on the waterproof fabric around them, Emily snuggled closer to him. She looked at him and thought of all the things he had told her in his letters, the parts of his life she knew from his words. In that moment, as they lay together in the tent, listening to the rain fall, his hands cradling his head as she rested on his chest. He felt compelled to share something he'd always felt. You know how much I love flying, right? He began in a soft murmur. Each time still feels so surreal. You're just going faster than you can even comprehend. The world, just a blur of blues and grays. And for a moment, it feels like nothing on earth can touch you. You're completely free. He paused, a quiet reverence in his eyes. But the best part isn't flying, he continued, his gaze finding hers. The best part is landing. Every time my feet touch the ground, I just think about how lucky I am to be on Earth, because that's where you are. You're my ground, where I belong every time I come back. That's sweet, Emily said as she contemplated in her mind if this was the right time to give him something. She had planned this for weeks, and his words had just made it even more perfect. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, polished metal dog tag. She turned it over in his hand, and he saw that beautifully etched into the metal was a tiny photo of the two of them, the one she had taken on the very first night they moved into the cabin. On the other side, a single line of text was engraved. Feels like home. He looked at the small tag, his thumb tracing the etched lines of their faces. A slow smile spread across his lips as he understood. For them, home wasn't the cabin in the woods or any physical house they would ever share, but the simple, profound feeling of being together. It was a tangible piece of that feeling he could now carry with him, a reminder that while his duty was to serve his country, his heart would always belong to her. That evening, the world seemed to narrow to the sound of the rain. They sat on the porch swing, its slow, rhythmic creak a gentle counterpoint to the steady drumming of water on the roof. Ethan's arms was a warm weight around Emily's shoulder as they swayed together, a quiet shared moment where words were unnecessary. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart and smelling the damp, clean scent of his jacket, a sense of deep peace settling over her. But even with him so close, a poignant thought flickered through her mind. She was already missing him. She leaned into his face, her eyes still closed, a silent request for a kiss on her forehead. Ethan, knowing her so well without her speaking a word, tilted his head and pressed a soft, warm kiss there. As he did, he tightened his arms around her, a silent promise that he was right there with her, perfectly present, as they sat together, watching the rain fall. The next morning, the drive to the airport was quiet, each mile feeling heavy with the unspoken goodbye. He kept one hand on the wheel and the other wrapped around hers. A final moment of shared warmth and connection. At the gate, as he was about to depart, he pulled a small object from his pocket. It was a keychain of the Eiffel Tower, the tiny metal version of a monument she had always dreamed of seeing. He put it in her hand, his fingers lingering on hers. "When I come back, we're going," he said, a steady promise in his voice. "I just want you to have something to look forward to." He gave her one last kiss, a final touch that had to last him for months, and then turned to walk through the security gates. She watched him go, her heart aching as he disappeared from view, leaving only a familiar emptiness in his wake. But just as the doors were about to close, she saw him. He turned and came back, his steps swift and determined. He let his bag drop to the floor, the sound lost in the quiet commotion of the airport, and pulled her into his arms. Their lips met in one last, lingering kiss that held all the warmth of the fire from the night before. Not wanting to let her go, he pulled away slowly, their lips feeling the soft resistance of one another as they parted. She heard him swallow as he looked deep into her eyes, and with a gentle smile, he whispered, "I love you, Emily. Wait for me, okay?" He then finally turned and walked away, picking up his bag and running a hand through his hair, a gesture of quiet torment. As he disappeared, she closed her eyes, holding on to the warmth of his last kiss, a feeling she always knew as home. In her hand, she clutched the tiny Eiffel Tower keychain, a reminder of the dreams they would live out together when he could finally come home.